I'm gonna tell you right now, I do not remember all of it. My brain's scattered, and I'm running off of fumes. So we're gonna dance back and forth. If there's anything that you feel is important that I left out, please interrupt and/or let me know at the end. Um, but a lot of important shit did happen last time, so let's talk about it. Uh, Last time on this fucked up hell that is this game, um, we finally saw uh, our little raven, our little new Briranuso, make his way into the Dumbala estate, and we had left off previously, 2 sessions ago, with you getting found out by the number of wormlings that guard just the interior. They even guard, they just live there. However, they're just natural sentries because dragons, even babies, have really high passive perceptions. Uh, and you rolled 2 nat 1s in a row.
You jinxed me.
So yeah, no, those really like DM curse of confidence in your players. So from now on, I'm just only going to force doubt and hate upon you, because that means you'll do well. Um, but you ended up getting caught and cornered into one of the guest rooms that all of you, the party, have been staying at for quite some time. And well, there was a few options of how you could have gotten out, and you did. You chose a pretty decent course of action. Um, Luckily, it wasn't the red drake in the room with you. Otherwise, it would have been a very short encounter. But needless to say, you got hit by a few breath weapons. That room is completely destroyed. But going off of invisibility and passive out of trace, you managed to sneak back and forth from side to side on the room, kind of holding the left corner while the room was just being torched, acid sprays going in and out. It was literally a Gatling gun of dragons standing in the doorway, shooting, swapping out, a new dragon coming in, shooting. But luckily, you had the semi-smart idea, and with a very useful cantrip, thanks to your monk subclass of Minor Illusion, to make the sound of a dragon in distress, since you know what one sounds like, since you almost killed one, down the hallway. And you rolled pretty well, and they rolled pretty shit, so 2 of the dragons veered off, and you used that to escape out using Blessing of the Raven Queen, which doesn't break invisibility because it's not a spell. And you bamfed out onto the large walkway that was leading down to one of the Dambala's shrines, to a strange deity in which you, not originating from this plane, have no clue of. But even so, it's just so far out from the norms of like you're aware of some gods and different deities from this plane in their normal culture. You have no idea what this was. It was this strange serpent, multi-headed dragon that you were just too busy to not even take a look over. So you just stealthed your way down the steps and ended up making your way down to this kind of outward looping path that led further into the Dambala estate. You ended up making your way inside, and you had a multitude of choices of where you could have gone. And let me tell you now, because the session's already ended and we've moved past this point, if you had chose to gone straight, if you hadn't guessed already, you would have entered the Dragon's Den, which housed every single adult dragon in the Dambala estate. It's also where you guys had dinner. It's also where you guys initially had the Calamity fight. So you have been cooked.
Oh yeah.
I'm very glad that the curiosity and the confidence and invisibility didn't allow you to go in that room because a lot of them had blind sight. So that would have been good. And yeah, you decided correctly to move upstairs, in which you kind of spent some time snooping about some of the guest rooms and some of the interiors. But you held inside this kind of open common area, which, with a pretty high investigation check, seemed like someone was using this as like a living space. And it looked like someone was here pretty recently, due to the fact that there was some bits of food still left out. More importantly, the meat that was on the table was still warm. You still felt heat coming off of it. So someone was here in the past 30-ish minutes, and excuse me, in the past couple of minutes, but you decided to spend half an hour in the corner stealthing and just kind of laying flat on the floor, praying the dragons don't wander into this room. And it's the largest state, and they roll like absolute garbage on their perception and investigation checks. So thank your lucky stars, because blind sight would have had you cooked anyways. Although they only had it out to 10 feet. So it wasn't too big. You spent some time waiting, hoping that someone would just walk by and you'd have an easy target. Unfortunately, you heard a ruckus downstairs, and you saw a drake fly past you, but never saw it come back, and heard a large clattering sound, and then another drake run past that one, and eventually emerging from the staircase that you came, so knowing that they didn't come from the main entrance, was a large man, wide build, blonde hair, and while he was not any form of familiar with you, uh, as players, you could start connecting the dots, and there were some guesses beforehand. I assume that the person that was a operative for Thieves Guild, and was also tied to the events of the night at the dock. There's only so many survivors. It was bad guesses. It was Ivar, the surviving herald who Maeve let live. Uh, was one of the few people that James, the herald, who also you guys let live, was gonna rat out for essentially diplomatic immunity, and try and get his ass off the hook. Um, and James being the target you're sent here to kill, um, Ivar rolled a natural 20 on an investigation check, bumped into you. Both of you had a moment where you were like, he threw you to the floor, tried to grapple you, you got out, and you're both in a moment of like, okay, we both can't make noise because we are both sneaking in here. What the fuck are you doing here? Luckily, he's an intelligent / insightful person, so he saw a man dressed all in love, like an assassin. Like, I'm gonna take an educated guess and say you're here to help me because I've been waiting a really long time since you took stealthing up to the manor, doing your approach through the manor, and then hiding an additional 30 minutes, roughly about an hour and a half to 2 hours for this mission. And he was told that if you weren't back within that time, you'd probably failed. So he went in to finish the job himself. Luckily, you were still alive, and you decided to tag team this mission and help each other out. And Brian learned the very useful and needed skill as a rogue, uh, to check for traps. For the love of God, I pray for your future endeavors. That you just have a little note written down somewhere in massive bold font.
Yep.
Because you ran into, I
Underlined.
think, a total of 3 traps, and you managed to set off each individual trap, and only managed to check successfully for one. So, New had a really rough time. And by the time that you actually got to the vault, in which also you guys had fought around the same area, you were already looking pretty rough. Luckily, Ivar being a pretty not successful, but just kind of a handy adventurer himself, had a few health potions on, which, by the way, fully is intending that you pay him back on that. 'Cause it's 50 gold, he's paying you on a mission that you're supposed to be doing for free. Um, and yeah, you decided that you were gonna try and brute force the door. Luckily, you managed to do it by literally, I think it was free above the DC.
Yeah.
So thank God. You got the door open. You did set off the trap, and incendiary went off. And you spent some time going through the vault map, which I was super happy that you guys loved, because I love that map so much too. For Jared, because you didn't get to see it, I'll show you. It's a really cool vault interior. This is what the Dabalo's home vault looks like. Not 1-to-1, but as close as I could get. And you spent some time going from sector to sector. You were on one side, Ivar on the other, doing investigation and perception checks. And Ivar rolled like shit. You were rolling like semi-decently. You came across potions, scrolls, and inks for various arcane purposes. And throughout your search, you didn't immediately find James, but you did find a bunch of potions in which you thought about taking. And correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't actually take any of the potions. Because you saw there was 3 red ones. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I thought I semi remembered correctly, but I just want to confirm. Yeah, you saw, and there was a lot you could have gotten from there. But for the man,
I'm sure.
For the man who showed restraint before and not stealing from very powerful people, I mean, you showed it for the most part, but still ended up giving it in the end. So you did your searches and you got some information because you ended up stealing, I believe it was 3 fully functional pocket watches from Alistair, and 2 broken ones. And you ended up looking around and saw that one of the spaces looked like a living space. Very kind of thrown together living space. And out from under the table, bolting away from you, James attempted a fruitless endeavor to escape. We did give him 2 chances to essentially Commoner Panic Awaken, because he is using Commoner Saplock. Luckily, he did kind of roll kind of well in hitting Ivar, and I believe you once.
Mm-hmm.
And Ivar rolled like shit. He only managed to hit him twice, which brought him literally to death's door. And as he was running out, you gave us the brutal description of an attack of opportunity, letting him run outside of your range, and then Blessing of the Raven Queen teleporting to the top of the stairs and just fully taking the head off as instructed, because you were told to either destroy the head so that Speak with Dead could not work, or to cut off the head and take it with you. You decided to take it with you route, and you are oh so fucking lucky that you decided to look for a bag of holding on your way out. And in this menagerie of magical items and various different all different sorts of both functional and ornamental pieces of gear, both rare, very rare, and some few legendary items that the Dumbalas have in their estate, seasoned adventurers, there is only going to be like 1 or 2 bag of holdings at most, because to hoard those is kind of dangerous, and you don't really want to have more than 1 in one place because someone can just astral poop at any time. So it was a pretty high DC. I had it set at a DC 22, and you rolled a natural 20. So fuck me running. You ended up getting a bag of holding and putting it in there, which saved your ass, and made your way out. Out and about to go and exit the area. And we'll skip back and forth as we did to Kipley, who was going through the ringer, getting a rundown on how the not removal, but essentially memory wipe change could be effect with modify memory. You essentially learned the amount of castings that you would need in order to permanently get rid of any interactions with the Monarch of Mischief physically would take days and would be worth a fortune that you do not have. And the best case scenario for doing the money that you do have would only take an hour of time away for all of the days that you've interacted with her. But Ria essentially said, or Raishan said, that you could do it, and she essentially could make it that you did some of the actions that other people have been there and you can't get out of. But she could make it look like you were a victim and forced to do this rather than offered to do this. However, in a very Kipley fashion, you said, fuck this shit, I'm out. I trust absolutely no one, including myself. And you ended up leaving without actually taking too much aid. You were offered ways off the island, and you were offered kind of many different outs.
Wait, she was offered ways off the island?
Yeah.
I must have missed that
Circle
part.
back. She straight up said, I know people who have been hiding from the council for years, and I can introduce you to them, and they will help you. That was the second major thing right after the memory wipe offer. And also, you were offered to get rid of some exhaustion levels, but you're in that town as well.
She
You're
didn't
still
trust any of
wandering
these
around
bastards.
for 4 levels. Made your way out. You had a bunch of questions for Xyrus. She didn't want to answer any of them. And you just said you started walking in a random direction, which led you, funny enough, a few blocks away from Garen's Crossing. The one place you're actually trying to avoid. I love when D4s roll funny. And you had a conversation with Xyrus where essentially led to you were planning on running away, and she highly advised, as the person that you're paying to aid in the group and who is also someone who's done crimes when your group, but not actually done the crimes that matter in your instance. She just advised you to maybe not kind of picking Ria's side. Maybe just don't pick a direction with 4 level exhaustion and start flying, because you'll be dead. Especially since within a 24-hour reach of the island, there's not many other islands around Paradise Peak. Never mind shipping routes that you're familiar with, since you're not familiar with this territory. So you ended up going back and forth and eventually deciding that abandoning the group wouldn't be the greatest idea. And that mainly you didn't want to leave Durdon behind, since that was your entire problem with this entire modify memory guilt trip that you were going through. And you both came to the assumption of, hey, he's still on the island, because you don't know about the disintegrate. And while you did try and message him, get no response with Xyrus, it was still better to try and look for him than just do nothing. So you at least decided to stick around and try and find people, and the last place that you were told to look for your friends was the guild hall, when Mustang called you like 2 days ago and you just left him on red. So you decided to head on over there, but not before having a very funny and weird moment with Xyrus where you were talking about Vince.
I wasn't weird.
Truly, it was. Truly, not weird in a bad way, but weird as in, like, you broke a character whose entire deal is essentially, like, being the experienced sailor, also warrior from the Underdark, who's seen 1,000 battles and sailed through unspeakable horrors with you and your group, and you still made her blush and, for a lack of words, stunned, as you imagined whatever with Vince, and moved on. And no, Jared, Xyrus fully thought that Kimberly was hitting on her. After she said, "You want me to show you what I'm thinking about?" She meant for the detect thought spell. Xyrus thought, "Are you trying to fuck?" And was flabbergasted. Anyway, that's a small note and the overall scheme. You made your way over to the guild hall, in which you actually returned your book previously. The librarian, I don't know why I said it like that. The librarian was happy to see you, because while you returned with literally like a few hours left on your book, you did it on time, and she was interested in the research on Ravinica that you had tried to do before, and essentially offered an information back and forces on giving you any tomes that were similar to what you were trying to describe, if you were to give her the information that you knew on it. And while there was no Ravinica mentioned, there was the End of Beginning, which was a book talking about a very similar set of circumstances, with an island roving about a wasteland. Although it was given far more context than what you had been given by your own patron, and it also had a different name. Instead of Ravinica, it was known as Aphelios, the Cleansing Scourge. You don't know if it's the same two things. It also was kind of, it was not nonfiction. This was a fairy tale. So you don't know how accurate it was, but this is the first mention that you've ever seen of anything near what Ravinica was described to you and all of its effects that you've seen yourself in the world. So it was kind of like a little yay, and Kipley started to do a deep dive into the book and was getting excited about it. But also was given sanctuary within the library, as you got your own little room, because you and the librarian geeked out and had a little girl time bonding. Meanwhile, something terrible was going downstairs. We'll get to that in a second. Yeah, you got a Kipley W, which is a very rare instance that we will take. Meanwhile, New was getting a Brian L, which you got sadly a few of those last session, excuse me. As you were leaving the estate successful in your mission. You have a bag of holding, you have a head, you have pocket watches. You also had Jordan Dumbala coming back into the estate as you were leaving. And you chose the brass ballsy move of trying to walk away without saying a word, as a floating man was just sitting above you asking, what are you doing in his house? And you chose and I waddled away, waddle. Newsflash, didn't work out very well for you. And you all got to see for the really first time, because in the previous combat, he took the fight away from you guys to protect you, mainly Maeve and his daughter. But this is kind of the first time of how brutal Maeve's grandfather can be, and also some of the, many strengths that he has, as he ended up asking you and interrogating you a little bit. He asked what your name was. You didn't give him your full name, which was what he was looking for the entire time, because just saying your name is New. Hey, dude. 99% of people isn't going to be enough. The 1% who wants every detail about your life and you just walked out of his home, certainly not enough. So he went for the process of breaking your body and reforming it. I believe I said it was 5 times. He killed you. And because it doesn't require a willing creature, he revivified you back. Killed you, revivified you back. Killed you, revivified you back. And after seeing that necrotic damage wasn't working against you because Shatterkai have resistance, gang, you saw a cleric, or at least a clerical figure, because you don't know if he is a cleric or not. I think it was hinted at before that he is. He physically grabbed you and slammed you into the ground with the force of... after you just fought Jorgel, a barbarian rogue combo, yeah, much stronger than her. So it's kind of...
a little bit.
There's really no winning or getting away. And you were put into this cycle of you physically breaking, but also mentally breaking, as it's very hard to die and be revivified and come back as a sane, normal person with no side effects. Um, Doing that 5 times in less than a minute, your mind was physically starting to break from the sheer amount of pain you were going through. So you did join Mustang in losing a point of sanity. I can't wait until someone finally gets another and we get into the table rolling and all that lovely stuff. But anyway, during the midst of this back and forth brutality, you got a vision from the matron who you so lovingly serve. Essentially, she said, "Hey, bud, you're across the veil. I can't help you. My powers are very limited. I wish I could do more, but there is an item in your possession that has a link to a very powerful figure, and I can give you an introduction." You said yes. I mean, you did have a choice. You could have said no and just seen where that encounter went. But you said yes, hoping for an out. And you met, for the first time, the Monarch of Mischief in her full, lovely, chaotic British self. As you didn't get to see, I don't believe you saw the figure of Lorendane Newman. You just heard the voice of this strange veiled figure. And she offered you a deal much worse than all the other party members that she's made deals with before, essentially saying, you're going to die and or something much worse is going to happen to you if this continues. I can help you and I can save you, but what are you willing to give me? And you, being the bold-ass motherfucker that you are, said, me. And she said, bet. So you don't know to what extent you've given to her. It's not a contract that is like ironed out as a warlock and a patron, because you're warlock and a patron, you have some standing. You have an understanding and arrangement. This is you're on death's door and you needed a lifeline, and she said, help me fill in clause later, and you hit accept without looking at any of the terms and conditions. So you'll find out to what extent you have over your free will and all that lovely stuff. But she did save you. As Jordan was going in to kill you again, you turned to dust, just like Duradon, not but earlier today. And you reappeared, bamfing out of Mustang, as Mustang, for the first time in his life, kind of have felt an urge to cough for a being that doesn't need to breathe, which is funny. And you coughed out a dust cloud that turned into New, who was like violently thrown into a table nearby, stumbling onto the floor on death's door. You were at 1 hit point, unconscious. Actually, no, I think you were still at 0.
Yeah.
Barely, not even stabilized. And Mustang did the lovely, I don't give a fuck attitude thing of not helping you. There was no cure wounds. There was no healing word. Instead, he put his boot on your face and started asking you questions. You were unconscious, couldn't answer. And after you did a medicine check along with Mammoth, you realized that he was in a completely fucked up state. I believe I said his nose was broken. He was missing a few teeth. And, oh, that's right. He had
Missing
cut
an
off
ear.
your ear.
Yeah.
I forgot that very important detail.
Ripped my ear off.
Yeah, no, he had ripped your ear off. You know, that was fun. So he physically couldn't hear shit. And, yeah, you eventually decided to bring him down to Tess, the guild nurse. And because you had made the deal with Monarch of Mischief, she had given you a sigil, one of the vassalship tokens, to aid you in this endeavor. And because you got a bag of holding, and the rules is written, when you're trying to draw out an item as a bag of holding, you have to request the specific item of what you're trying to pull out. You don't just get a full inventory view when you try and open it up. If it was a normal bag and you had a person's bloody head in it, some bad shit would have happened to you. But you lucky motherfucker, she pulled out a token which none of you recognized. So I didn't give it. You didn't get it. You'll learn eventually, but you don't know what it is right now. And she went through the, I think it was hour-long process of beginning to heal you. She cast Regenerate on you, and your limbs started to grow back slowly, and your body, like, collapsed lungs, broken ribs, and just a shattered skull started to slowly build back. But it was to such a brutal point that even with the spell, you needed recovery time, and you were going to be unconscious until tomorrow. And it's going to hurt like a motherfucker for a couple of weeks, bud. But mission success. You did what you were supposed to do and got out alive. And also, a key note, while you were getting hold person beat down and brutalized, Ivar didn't seem to be under the same effects as you. And you don't know what his fate was because he was left behind. You did not see him turn to dust when you were escaping. So, yeah. That's a big fun question mark. Nevertheless, that's where we ended last session, with the majority of the party gathered back at the guild hall, together at last. And as we pick up tonight, first off, New, did I give you levels of exhaustion last time? As a reminder, I think you did, but you are level 7.
Yes.
If you haven't gotten to it already.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Which, woo!
I've got 1 level of exhaustion right now.
Perfect. Cool. And Kipley, don't forget to mark off a level of exhaustion if you haven't already, as you all complete a long rest. We start off tonight because it's been 2 weeks, I think, without having a word from him. Duradon. Oh boy.
I think it's been like 3.
As we fly away from the island and we go to another remote island, you were supposed to go back to the Paradise Peak shores 2 days ago. You were saved by the Mark of Mischief. You had your interaction. You had your deal. You had your arrangement, excuse me. And you were going to go back to warn your friends that they needed to make a decision of whether they're going to ally with the Monarch of Mischief and leave, or try and show that you aren't thralls possessed by her, and prove yourself worthy and useful in front of a council of other monarchs. And before you left, she had mentioned that she could help you with your current case of basic bitch, aka commoner status. I'm so sorry. And you said, yes, please fix me. And you went into the strange vision in which you saw the mixture of the snowy ice cape that you had previously been in not but a day ago, or a few days ago, excuse me. And you saw this younger child who unfortunately reminded you of someone so unfamiliar from your past. And also weren't too ecstatic to see as you saw your younger brother. There was some initiative rolled, but you never actually got into any major fights, because you haven't been here for 2 weeks. So instead what happened was Duradon fell into another coma-like state where essentially over the past 24 to 36 hours, you have been in a state of unconsciousness, and you, my friend, have been losing essentially kind of waged war, kind of fight beatdown, where you keep seeing images of your younger brother Nyota repeatedly coming up to you, hugging you, and you being unable to fight back because while there is a normally a rage that you can call upon without that ability to kind of put yourself in a state of indifference and just in a state of more pure, like animalistic sense of self, where morality can be bent much easier than normal, and your morality is already pretty easy to bend. You were just unable to attack such a beloved and adorable member of your family, and every time this kind of live, die, repeat Tom Cruise moment, run up to you, hug you, embrace you, and you would die. And it would keep repeating over and over again. And every time, bright, youthful, innocent eyes would approach you. And in a weird way, it is kind of nice, even though it is lasting for only a few moments before you go back into deep, dark unconsciousness for a few hours, to see family that once was, even if you know deep down that they are long since dead. You wake up in a cold sweat, with also a level of exhaustion, uh, on a familiar beach shore, as you've not yet left your isolated island. Um, and as you look around, it's currently night. Um, from your rough estimate, just kind of based on, actually, you know what? Go ahead and make me a disadvantage survival check.
Dang.
And try and guesstimate what time of day it is, what time of night it is.
That's a 2.
2. You ain't got a single fucking clue. You're kind of, yeah, it's night. It's dark enough that you know it's later in the evening. You don't know exactly what time, but the moon is rising, so clearly you are unsure of how many days it's been or how long you've been unconscious. But as you come to in a cold sweat, lying on the sand, you see there is a crab that's just kind of like slowly like climbing up your chest towards your face. And you can see your body has this like pretty decently woven kind of like palm tree leaves and branches sewn together blanket on top of you. It's not like completely patched and full. There are just some places where your body is exposed to the elements. But as a once barbarian who lived in complete, utter and harsh conditions, a cool breeze on a warmly lit, or excuse me, a warm, in the sense of atmosphere, island isn't going to bother you. But you can see as this like crab is just kind of slowly crawling up, just the point where it's like its claws are about maybe 2 inches from your face. It stops and just kind of stares at you. It's just kind of sitting on top of the blanket.
Duran stares back at it.
And you do still feel in your hand, even for unconsciousness, you do have your scalpel. You did not let go of it, and actually, now that you're awake, your hand has some of the most cramping you've ever experienced in your life. As no check needed, you think you've probably been gripping this the entire time you've been unconscious, just in like a natural state of like self-defense, that you're used to holding it in a position at night. If you were an awakened person, that wouldn't bother you at all. Your muscles are honed to an unbelievable extent, even in your fingers. It's just a normal dude clutching an object for potentially a few days. You open your hand, and it is just like the most arthritis and the most muscle spasmy event you've ever felt in your life.
How do people live like
You are
this?
conscious.
I would. kill myself if I had to live like this all the time.
Oh no.
God. I'll look down to the crab.
It's
What?
just staring at you. You see it kind of it close and open its pincers a few times. The beady black eyes just kind of staring into your soul.
I will eat you raw. That I don't care how powerless I am. If I'm to die to a fucking crab, then I wasn't supposed to live at all.
You should. There is no sign of response from the crab. Yeah, she go ahead and make me an intimidation check. You can use your. It is just a straight roll.
Yeah, I was like, there's no way you can
It's
cut
just
it.
d20.
Yeah,
I really want you to fail this.
I want you to fail this
I
too.
probably am. I more than likely am. I have disadvantage on it.
9.
A nine.
Oh.
Um, you feel, for numerous reasons, one that the crab may not understand common because it's a crab, and also the fact that you are looking like absolute respectfully shit, in your current state. The crab is not intimidated. It just kind of sits there and stares at you, unmoving.
Honey, you you look like shit, and I look like shit. Where is your family? You
It just
don't you
slowly reaches
crab
down. It's gonna go ahead and try and pinch your nose. That is
that bitch?
a 5, um, which actually surprisingly misses. Um,
Yeah.
it goes and it goes to pinch at your nose, but because you're kind of slowly you're not getting up, but you're just kind of slowly moving. The blanket of kind of one of the palm leaves just kind of shifts a little bit and just kind of slides slowly off to the side, and now it's just stuck, like legs and claws kind of flapping in the air as it's just stuck on its side, half of it in the sand, the other half kind of just sprawling in the air.
Uh, Doradon is going to shift it so that it is back on its legs.
Okay. Natural
Yeah.
one. It does try and claw you again. But with natural one,
You
I'll say
dickhead.
as it it does clamp on one of your fingers, but it does no damage. It doesn't cause any pain, because as it claws down on you, and as you're riding it, in some of those rare moments where animals understand you're trying to help them, it releases your finger and looks at you with a unintelligible black beady stare before just scuttling off rapidly. You can see going kind of deeper into the tree line.
If I was a different person and I still hated druids, I would have killed you off principle.
Did you almost die to a crab?
Yeah. I think
You look
I
around. You don't
did.
see anyone near you.
I don't think he even bothers. He's used to people being either in his head or just like talking. Um, so I don't think he bothers to look around. He just is kind of confused, however, when there isn't the sound of footsteps approaching.
There is no sound of footsteps. And as you're kind of confusedly trying to gauge who or what this is, go ahead and make me a history check with advantage.
Right. Great roll it is. Well,
Cool. That is enough. It was a DC 10. You haven't heard this voice in a very long time, but you recognize that it is not one that is unfamiliar. You think back to a lot of the voices that were removed from your head, at least temporarily. And your family and a lot of the druids that were haunting you, or at least within you as a Kalistar spirit, including Antreus, haven't had a lot of contact with you since you attuned to Herma. But when you unattuned, you did hear Antreus speak to you. But you haven't heard him speak since you gave him away. As you're kind of sitting here, you recognize, well, it's not Antreus' voice. It is one who is very much related to him and very much welcomed as a soft smile kind of unknowingly crosses your face. So you have not heard her voice in a very long time. You would recognize this as, correct me if I'm wrong in the pronunciation, Rashnia? Rashina?
hold on. I gotta pull up because I know.
Yeah.
Oh God, I always feel so bad thinking about her.
You wrote her.
I did.
And like you
I
didn't
gave
create
myself
all this
trauma.
trauma.
Yeah, it's like I create the trauma and then I immediately forget that I
And
created
then
the
feel
trauma.
bad about it. And then repeat.
Yeah,
And this is Jared as a
yeah, yeah. This is just me. That's
person.
just me as a person. Um, Rashinya.
Rashinya, thank you.
Yeah.
You recognize it as Rashinya. One who you've not heard in a very long time.
Um, I think for the first time, since all of this has happened, um, Dordon has kind of had to accept what has happened to him.
Mhm.
And he just kind of has been getting kicked lower and lower and lower. And so he's kind of just accepted, like, hey, this is life. It's gonna suck. But that's just how living is, and he's kind of disassociated from a lot of his past and the people and his family, and he's kind of just accepted, I'm gonna have to kill a bunch of people that I'm related to. And the cycle is going to have to get really worse before it gets any better. I'm okay with that. But hearing Rashinya, I think is the first time he straightens a bit. Um, and um, he says, um, I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to disrupt you. Uh,
Ma'am, my dear boy, are we no longer on speaking terms? I know it's been quite some time, but I'm almost hurt. Also, ma'am? Am I an old hag?
I mean, I don't know how to answer that question.
Answer
I'm
that
not.
very carefully.
It, it's just that Antreus was very. He said that I was when I'm. He said that I should be a bit more respectful talking to you. So,
My dear, Duridon. He shows
Yeah.
strictness as a sign of wanting you to be a better person because he cared about you. But you have become better than you were before. Good person, I don't know, is a bit of a stretch. I've seen the events that have transpired, and I've truly felt sorry for you, my dear boy. But I am happy that I've gotten the chance to speak with you again. You've grown up quite a bit.
Yeah, I've, yeah, I've grown a lot. Um, and I didn't know that you could see all of it.
Well, we can
Yeah,
all
no,
see everything you do at all
no,
times.
everything at all
Everything,
times.
Duradon. Everything. Go ahead and make me an insight check.
Cool.
No
This
disadvantage.
is okay, just normal insight.
Actually, I'll give you advantage because you've known
Pistol.
this woman for years, so it's just a straight roll.
Yeah. Hold on, boys. It's gonna be a whopping 18. Thank God.
18. She's lying. Nearly everything. But there is a semblance of truth within her speaking tone. It's usually they can see some events, probably not everything all the time. And you get kind of a sigh of relief. It just kind of fills you and washes over you.
I not that I'm not happy to see you, but I figured that when everything happened that you might. I'm not sure how it really worked, but I haven't been able to speak to Andreas, and so I just assumed that my
Mhm.
people were revived, and I thought maybe you left with them, and you all were
Yeah, oh,
free.
darling. I'm aware of what happened to my beloved. Unfortunately for me, more fortunately for me, um, I'm not a fighter. I'm just, uh, both in life and in spirit, I'm a pacifist who loved nature and truly was found in unfortunate circumstance in the war, but I had no purpose to be revived by such a creature who stole my husband away from me in death. But nevertheless, I'm not sure why I'm here. It's almost like I felt a vacancy and filled it. I think Andreas is still here. I've not been able to contact him because we can all like talk to each other. Sometimes we've had a lot of council-esque meetings where we just conform, not conform, but essentially come to decisions based on your decisions, how to give you better guidance and stuff. I've had to call back Andreas quite a number of times because your rage and your willingness and wanting to do good mixed with your natural intentions and inclinations for violence causes him to you bring out that side of him, and that can lead to a lot of bad things like him telling you to drown somebody for good, which I had to sit there and watch.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about
You didn't
that.
drown him though, and that's a great step in the right direction. Unfortunately, he didn't give good advice in that scenario, so I did give him a good talking to afterwards. Uh, but I, I don't think you're looking for moral guidance at the moment, and well, I do question what you're doing on a beach, almost getting killed by a crab.
I I think I was supposed to. It was something with my friends. I was supposed to go and warn them. It was a. I don't know how I got here. Like the Monarch of Mischief tried to help me. I think reawaken. Um, I,
Oh, you know what? That actually might. Okay. I think I might understand a little bit. I'm not sure. I'm intelligent. I'm not that intelligent. Um, have you been like on like a little unconscious state of going in and out of seeing things for a while?
yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it.
Right. Okay. I think I am here because you couldn't. You were in a space where you were seeing your past? Or you were kind of living in the past, maybe? And maybe I was kind of drawn in because I was further back than the majority of your previous uh, counsel, like my husband. So that could be it. There's just a theory, though. I have no way of proving that. I'm a spirit in your head. That's it. That could be it, though. That makes a lot of sense if you think about it.
Yeah. And Trace was more of the thinking individual. I mean, I'm not stupid.
No, you're
I
not
wasn't
stupid at all.
stupid.
You're very brilliant and bright. Um, Pupil of his? Friend. We'll call you friend. You were
Yeah.
friends.
Yeah, I was gonna
I'm
say if I was a pupil of
sure
his, he'd
you.
do a good job. I learned no magic.
Oh, honey, you have no capability to learn. Oh, I didn't mean to say it like that in such a rude tone. I apologize. You are not magically inclined, and that's okay not to be magically inclined. Not many people are magically inclined. But at the end of the day, you have your own magic, and that is the ability to get hit by very powerful magic and the forms of many different beasts and being able to live and survive at the end of the day. And if you ask me, that is most certainly magic in its own right.
That's true. I mean, I can't do it anymore, but
Right. No, I understand. That is very painful of me to just say. I apologize.
it's fine. I don't know how I'm gonna get this shit back though, which is the most frustrating part. Because like, it's not even really like I've kind of accepted that my people are gonna hate me, and I've kind of logic that like that's all right. I mean, maybe I shouldn't have drawn the extra cards, but also, I mean, to
Right.
be fair,
You did kind of do that
yeah.
to yourself in a way.
Well, yeah, no, the extra cards were on me. I only really had to draw one extra card to cover for Kipley, but then the rest were kind of like, I got fucked so many times prior. I was like
Surely it
statistically,
couldn't get worse, and it did.
yeah, it
It did
did.
get so
Yeah,
much worse.
yeah. I was like, there's no
Yeah.
way. There's absolutely no way that I
And
can be
then
fucked this hard.
life finds a way.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the way was, your demise. But you're here now, and not being dead. What is the saying that he used to say? What doesn't kill you, um, means you're still alive. Something like that. Is it
What
life
did I
needs
think he
life
said?
to live, or
Yeah, he
I
would
don't
say.
know.
I think he would try to off play like what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, but like druidify it, and it never
It
was
never
consistent.
stuck. He was really bad at it. It's fine though. He tried his best, and as long as the sentiment stuck with you, we count that as a win. Mm.
Virginia, I haven't had. Okay, so my mom isn't. How is mom? Is she all right?
Oh dear, I have no idea. She's disappeared along with your father. In the
Okay.
meantime, during all that and many years of us being dormant, she was doing great. I mean, you have to understand, our spirits are here in your head, but it's not like we are living inside of your head. We have our own plane. We are in our own different states of death based on our both followings of religious beliefs and practices throughout our lives. We go to different places when we die, but we form a connection with you based on your
Mm.
heritage, right? So your mother is not with me. I'm actually by myself right now. It's kind of lonely, since Andreas left. But from when we do have talks, when we are sharing a space in your mind, temporarily, she seemed to be doing fine. She was enjoying your father's company, um, spending most of their days together and with the family and such. Um, you know, the afterlife is different for many different people, and your family, although it was no offense, a very savage and brutalistic way to die, um, did get a somewhat good ending. I don't know where she ended up because I don't have that power. I only know where I ended up. But I'm sure it's somewhere good. 'Cause you didn't worship any gods in your life, right? At
Uh,
least none that
no,
were, you know,
yeah.
defining.
I acknowledge I acknowledge their existence, and of course I did the normal thing of like if you don't want to get fucked at sea,
You
then you
pray
kind
to the
of
goddess of the
worship the right
sea.
god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that is very smart.
Uh,
The same way I believe much more in nature than religion. But if you're still crossing over the ocean, fuck me for trying. What's the point in not praying for good winds, safe travels, asking for certain gods to ignore your journey? Minor sacrifices and stuff. Sacrifices in terms of like lambs or goats or anything like that, not people. I know
yeah.
your clan may have differentiated from our beliefs in terms of animals and how you treat them, but circle of life.
That's fair. Um, I have an important question, just in case like I kind of lose you, like I've kind of lost a lot of
Oh,
people
you're
recently.
breaking. Not kidding. What do you need?
Oh, um, you've experienced and seen a lot of my life, and I'm kind of at a point
You
where I
didn't teach
can't
me
really
anything.
talk to other people about this. Um,
Oh, honey, if you need to talk, I'm not prepared.
no, I know how it functions. I know how it works.
Okay, good.
Um,
Very fortunate I didn't have to go for that myself.
you've seen the life that I live, and you've seen what I've done and
Yes.
what I've done in terms of the unsavory parts.
Mm. Yeah, no, all of it great.
Should I should I inspire? Sorry, should I aspire to have a family, or should it just kind of end with
Oh,
me?
If you have the desire for it, no reason not to. I mean, Antreus, love him to death. Literally, in my case. Um, he was not always a great man in life. I mean, he killed hundreds of people. Well,
Yeah.
we were at war, of course. Different circumstances. You can't just say he killed hundreds of people. It makes him sound like a mass murderer for no reason. Well, you know what I'm saying. Um, not just because you had a bad start doesn't mean you can't have a good ending. It doesn't have a whole lot of meaning behind that. Very straight to the point. I've seen a lot of people who have done various different good and bad things in their lives, and have good or bad endings. I've seen really terrible people continue on their lives and reach stages of their life that others will never get the chance to see. And I've seen really good people never achieve good things. So I would not try and go off some sort of moral basis just based on your deeds in the past, saying that you can't have happiness just because you've done bad things. Especially in your case, Duradon. You, specifically, had to go to war as a child. I mean, not as a child, you were a teenager. Even still, not trying to justify that, that's still bad. But you get the point. You had it rough from the beginning. Your only real choices were to abandon your family and everything they stand for, or to try and protect them, and you chose a very noble cause of trying to protect them. Does that mean that you don't deserve happiness just because you've gone through terrible events in your life? No. God, no. I would love to see you form something better. Is this because you're having a crush on the drow girl? While you're unconscious, previously, I did see some of your visions of it. All very sweet.
Okay. I mean, I don't know that she particularly feels the same way, nor do I know if that's kind of like how things are gonna go. But
Mm-hmm.
she does, she does, she did at least make me start to think about what it's like to maybe be more than a hunter.
Yes.
Um, I don't know.
Nothing
She
wrong
she
about that.
she Yeah, it was kind of like a really weird thing. Like I talked to the sword about it, and he didn't really have much in the way of advice because he was kind of like traumatized. Um, and also a sword.
You talk
So
to a sword? So you're talking
yeah.
to
Oh
us, and you're also talking to a talking sword.
yeah.
Is your head just a menagerie of voices? And you hear in your head,
Uh,
oh yes, dear, it is. Do you recognize the Monica Mischief's voice? I must say, this
okay.
conversation is rousing. Um, Also, lovely to see you. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. Why are you still here? I thought I sent you on your little vision quest days ago. Have you been stuck the entire time?
Yeah, like it turns out that it's kind of like difficult when you're not actively in war to maybe kill a child, and that's I think that's what I have to do. It was my little brother, and he kept hugging me, and I couldn't really go anywhere, and I kept fucking up, and
Whoa, hold on a minute. I did not put your baby brother in front of you. What are you talking about?
I mean, it was like a whole thing. Like he kept hugging me, and it was a whole like situation, and I couldn't go anywhere because I couldn't like kill
I
him.
Oh god, that's terrible. No, I just put you against uh one moment, dear. One moment. And you see just a burst of sand next to you kind of flies up in a column, and you see Lorday Newman, not sword in hand, but Hurima in its rapier form, no longer in the long sword or great sword, in its hilt, or its scabbard, excuse me. And you can see hand on the hilt, kind of looking down at you with a smile. Goes, "Oh, dear, you look like shit.
Yeah.
Where'd you get the blanket from? It's not very. Did you make that yourself? It's cutesy, but it's not really. It's
No, I thought you made it.
Gods no, I've been busy for 2 days. I sent you on a mission. I thought you were on your way. I thought you'd contact me once you got out of your little spirit journey, but when you didn't, I assumed someone else was here. You found a way off the island. You were going to Paradise Peak. I was thinking all well was, all well and good. I didn't realize I had to sit here and watch you like a babysitter. This is worrying, Duradon. We just made a deal where you're supposed to be useful and helpful, and you haven't gotten past the start line yet.
We didn't miss the part where I said like I couldn't kill my child brother.
No, I got
Yeah.
that. That sounds like deep problems in your wheelhouse. I didn't set up baby killer trials on my end, so that's a you thing.
Yeah, he was the he was supposed to be the hope of the tribe. If he survived, he would have been able to bring life vitality. He effectively the chosen one. It was my mission to make sure that
The
he made it of
chosen
age.
one?
Sort of speak like that whole trope of being chosen for a greater purpose
I
than
have
just
no
the
idea about a trope for being chosen ones, but alright.
it's in books. I've actually I am a barbarian.
No,
I
no,
do
I
like breed.
understand it's in books. I just meant I don't understand like why you would take that at face value because everyone thinks someone is the one, but in reality, there's not just one. Right? There's one in like everyone's story, maybe, but you can't just say you are the one. That's like saying I am the monarch. There's many monarchs. I'm not the only one of greater purpose. And you're a hunter or a barbarian. You're not the barbarian. You're not the hunter. Even though you did legally put that in your name, it is a little egotistical, but I enjoyed it enough to not mention it prior. I'm mentioning it now, though, because it's relevant.
I was a child, and I kind of believed whatever they said, especially because everyone kind of died about it. So it was like a whole thing. I mean, now it sounds stupid, but
Yeah, having
when
the
people,
in your legal name, not the greatest. See what I
I was
did there?
talking about my brother being the chosen one, but also
Oh,
the name thing.
oh,
Yeah,
oh. Sorry to kind
you
of.
know.
We were on different. We were on different. Anyway. Um,
Also, I am the Savage Hunter. So it's not like
Duradon,
I'm
the
the
Savage
hunter.
Hunter. No, it's like,
Yeah,
yeah, no, I get it. It's still bad, but
yeah, it was pretty egotistical. I was also maybe like a
13.
fresh adult, if that. That
Well,
13,
no, no, you were older than that. You were like 16,
yeah,
15. Fuck,
yes,
I don't know. I didn't bother to
yeah,
look
I was
further
like a
back in
bit.
your memories for that.
Oh well, thanks. You've peered him. No, that's.
Of course I've looked in your head. I've looked at multiple of your heads. There's no way of you knowing it. You're just humans. I have to make sure I'm not working with, you know, a psychopath who kills people for a living. There's a
You
long pause, and
actively
you can
are.
see a smile creeps across her face.
Ah, okay. That was haha. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, made you laugh. See, now you're not all sad about your dead brother. Anyway,
Well, fuck. Okay.
yeah, oh yeah, I know it's a callback. I know mischief and all. Hee hee. Anyway, I saw you were enjoying a conversation with a random woman who I've never met before, and I'm curious, who is this lovely lass? And you see as the visage of Laura Day Newman shifts into this beautiful, dark-skinned woman, kind of flowing brown hair, brown eyes, long eyelashes extending outwards, into the last visage slash memory that you have of what Raishana looks like. I'll go ahead and share that with everyone, even though it's only known to you, because it's fun.
Yay.
And we love art. Goes, who is this woman? I mean, she's something, I'll tell you what. She like past fling for you or something?
No, she's like my second mother. She's
Ooh,
a
you
Trace's
missed the
wife.
mark on that one. That's rough. Um, man,
Yeah.
you are just not getting a lot of favors done for you today, are you? First the dead brother
Well,
thing, now that thing. Yeah, no, it's not panning out great.
yeah. I think if I hadn't built my previous life on kind of like bottling trauma, and I was more like highly in tuned and sensitive with feelings, kind of like I don't know, magic people are, um, this would have definitely been enough to kill me. So I'm just happy that I,
Oh.
yeah,
You're okay because you're not okay. Such
yeah, being
poetry,
not being okay.
Paragon. You should really write something in your later years. Be such a lovely kind of compilation of solo soliloquies or uh, dampened desires and sad stories all about. Anyway, you have a job
Uh,
to do. Your friends might be dead. What do you want to do about that?
um, I still have to get my abilities. I'm kind of like nobody. I can't do anything. I'm just a person,
Darling,
a common.
I already put you in. You went in, it didn't work. What do you want me to do? I gave you an opening and it didn't open. I can shove you back in again if you want, and see if you pop out.
I mean, fuck it. It's yeah. I did like
Well, okay, well, hold
what's a little
on.
bit of stuff.
Before I'm Morgan Mischief. I need to be responsible in some places, and I feel like it'd be irresponsible to just kind of throw you into a place where you already failed, and then say go and succeed, because clearly there's some sort of problem getting from point A to point B. So we're gonna have to. And she kind of puts her. I like how I did it in real life, like you could see it. She puts her two hands together. She puts like almost like in finger pistols, and she just starts
Hmm.
putting them together and goes like, "We need to find a way to conjoin these two, like your problems with what you're trying to get at. I don't know. I'll try and help this time. I kind of thought you could do it
Okay. I
before
mean,
by yourself, but
I could try strangling my brother. I don't know that I'll
I
be the same person
that
afterwards,
was
but
not the intent of the ritual. There's something like lingering over you that's preventing you from uh, essentially accessing the. Well, I'm not going to explain to you all the complicated matters of how someone becomes awakened and how the benefits and all of that works, because that would be boring. You wouldn't be interested in that. Um, was I saying?
You were telling me that you might be able to help me, and
Oh, yeah,
you know,
no. But you don't care about how it works. You just want to get it back. Yeah, we could
yeah.
try if you want. Sorry,
Um,
so
we'll
late
risk.
though. You should probably rest up, and then we can do it in the morning.
Sure. Yeah,
You
I
see the
think.
visage drops back to Laura Day Newman.
Gotcha. Yeah, it was kind of very weird talking to. Okay. Yeah. That's
Oh, you didn't
understandable.
like it when I was her and she yeah, Oh,
Yeah.
you're talking to like your second mother, but it was me. Oh, do you want me to be your third mother?
Actually,
Oh, that could be so cute.
I think I'm tapped out on parental figures. I think like
Are you
I've
sure, Teraton? And she sits down next to you in the sand.
I've been
So, is it
connected to the
Dura?
deaths of
Is Dura
all.
a cute nickname?
No, okay. So listen, I've been connected to the
Listen,
deaths of all of my previous uh
oh, honey, I can't.
parental figures.
Listen,
You
I
know,
can't die. I'm a monarch. So I'm like a mother who you will be long since dead before I'm gone. That's like
I don't like.
heartwarming. That could be cute. I can call you little
I
Dury or Dawn.
don't like that. Dawn
You know,
sounds like a woman's name.
Dird. I like Dird. Dird's a good
I
suggestion. Thank
That's
you, Kipley.
sounds like
Breaks the fourth
turd.
wall,
I prefer
shatters.
not.
Oh, we could do. Now that you mention this, I think I can solve your problems. Starting today, mother figure I'll mother the shit out of you. It will be so much fun.
You
Also,
don't have to.
chaos. Cause imagine going around
Ah,
like I'm Lorna Dane Newman's body right now. I'm like a known mage. She's a known mage, but I'm possessing a known mage who is like just under the archmage level. Imagine if I said, "You are my son." How funny that would be. Because you have no magic in you whatsoever. You're a barbarian. You're also nowhere near what she is. She is a half elf. You are a Kalistar. She is a very powerful caster. You're a very powerful barbarian. It'd be so funny. It'd be like an ultimate prank.
I think maybe like if you'll get enjoyment out of it, sure. I don't particularly think I need a second mom. I'm not. Sorry, a third mom. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Mom,
But
2.5?
hey,
2.5?
oh, sure. I think cool. I'm gonna come to regret it, but why not?
I'm joking. It's fine. Our relationship is purely business, as stated. But if you want to make a deal, you can make a deal with Mummy. Anytime. And you see no insight check needed. She tries to stifle in a laugh, but fails to. And just kind of lets it out under her breath. Just sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm sticking by the principle of not making a deal with you. I do
You
enjoy
think
that
it's
we
funny
are.
though. I do think it's funny.
Yeah. Honestly, you know, like it does have its moments where it's hilarious in a very sadistic way, and I kind of see how you enjoy it. But
Also, you have to think about it from my perspective. I'm not still trying to sell this. I'm just explaining what was going through my head. My siblings, monarchs can't have children. At least not in the way that humanoids have children. You bone, procreate, excuse me, and you have little humanoids by being with another humanoid. When you ascend to monarchy, or you are born into monarchy through the various different methods in which you can have something similar to blood relationships, it's mainly like, I don't want to explain my family tree, but if I showed up talking to my old siblings and I said that I have a child and I showed you the little rascal you are, oh, they would die. They would just die of laughter. Fucking, uh, it would be a riot. It would be a fucking riot.
So
Because
are you
they would think like,
asking?
oh, it's of me. I've never had like, I've never really had any sort of love for humanoids in the past. Because a lot of them are just greedy and annoying, and they ask for everything but aren't willing to give jack shit besides prayers. Who cares about prayers? I don't care you're asking words to me. That's still a request. Anyways, I went on a tangent. What are we talking about?
You
Right, you need to
helping
rest
me
up.
and also, yeah, okay.
Rest up. Come morning. Once you're not so exhausted, we'll put you back in. I'll go with you this time. I'm not gonna help you, but I'll go with you to make sure you're on the right track. Do you like water or no? Are you like a big fan of water, or are you just...
I used to be actually kind of decent. Well, no, I was okay at swimming just because I was strong. I kind of
Oh,
like
no, not
I
swimming, just
don't.
being around it.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it was the water was the most peaceful thing that I had um during the war. It was kind of the one place where I didn't have to be a soldier. I didn't have to
Even though you were
have
poisoning it?
responsibility. I mean,
I'm
yeah, the
kidding. You weren't poisoning. Were you poisoning? I said that as a joke. Holy shit. Did you
no, I
poison the
mean,
waters? That is dark,
They were
even for my
druids. They could
standards.
control. They could control the shit. We didn't really have much of.
You're
We weren't.
dark.
I was
Naughty,
a child
naughty
soldier.
boy.
I
I will
don't
have to
know
think
what you
about
want from
this.
me.
You might get grounded for at least 10 minutes, young man. Think about your actions.
I
Polluting water.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, the fuckers. They thought it was friends. They thought water was friendly, and
Honestly,
so
though,
we
it is
make it
funny to think
not.
about. Like, control water to put out fires, and then actually just poisons the soil, and also anyone that is in the vicinity for trying to drink from those. No, that is actually a very good tactic of war. Fucked up, but a very good tactic of war. Probably illegal nowadays, but who cares?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of shit that we
Council,
did.
was it council conventions, council suggestions? They're basically, guidelines that no one follows anyways. It's pirate era. I think you'd actually be a very good pirate. I think you would enjoy it.
I mean, maybe.
Freedom. It's like freedom, you're like a mercenary for hire. You can go wherever you want. Anyway, you could get some sleep. I'm gonna go, well, actually, I don't know. My business is actually concluded because I was a very productive, penny for 2 days.
uh,
I guess I'll
is
just
everyone still
watch you sleep.
alive? By the way.
Hmm?
Okay, well, that's not comforting. Is everyone still alive?
Fuck if I know.
Oh, I
Oh,
thought you.
oh, tea, darling.
Yeah. Hmm.
And you see a teacup apparates in her hand, and she sits down. And as she sits down, a table appears in front of her, and wooden chairs appear next to her. Oh, you're gonna love this. Come, have a seat. Oh wait, you can't stand up. Lifts a finger. You are jettisoned upward into the air, like someone's picking up like a baby cat from its scruff. Places you into the chair, and goes, "Listen to this." Little Kipley finally is about to get some hints towards where she wants to go. Oh wait, why am I trying to hide details from you? You know where you're going because your little patron goddess told you.
Oh fuck! That just brought
They,
back so much rage and anger.
oh yeah. I came across him little. Oh, I didn't come across him. So he was introduced to me by a friend. Um, there's this little raven man who, unironically, has nothing to do with Ravenica himself, but he has the key to get there, and he doesn't even know. Can you imagine your entire outfit decked out in raven feathers as a pure coincidence, and it's called Ravenica? Oh God. Oh. Yeah, when you get back, you can have the discussion yourselves, but I truly, truly had to hold back spoilers. Also, I don't feel comfortable just showing up on the island because every time I'm there, I'm basically risking my life. So yeah.
Don't you said you couldn't die?
Oh, death is a construct, dear. I can get reduced to atoms, and it's going to take me the longest time to come back. Like, as I told you, I was trapped for thousands of years before your friends found me in my idol. So I can't, like, die permanently, but it's still going to suck if I have to just let the world go by as I sit in a, split up consciousness. Also, this is only, like, an aspect of me. There's so much more of me you haven't even met yet. But you will. The more that you collect, the more I will become whole. Anyway. And no, that's all. Your goal's coming up soon. You can leave this party and then help me full time. Oh, it's exciting.
Exciting is a word that some would use to describe this.
Oh, don't touch your wuss. You'll get everything you want and more with me. Us having a monarch at your side. Flicks her finger, and you watch as the island underneath you drops, goes completely underwater, and the ocean consumes it. And you are now just floating above it with a little table set and tea set on top of it. Pretty useful in these worlds. Flicks her finger, and it returns. However, soaking wet, and the table begins to sink into the sand. Oh, right. Snaps her finger, goes back to being dry as the water recedes. Elements. You should be excited to be free. Now you don't have to keep dying for your friends.
Yeah, You're right. I'm still processing it. I don't think until I get my skills back that I'll truthfully
You'll
be
feel better
fully.
in time, I'm sure.
That's the hope that this will be worth it.
Hope and dream. Well, not all hopes and dreams come true, but luckily, side with me, far more likely. Rest up, dear. Due time.
And poor.
Do you want like a bed, or are you just gonna go back in the set?
Um, Honestly, you don't have to really worry about the whole bad thing. I'm currently depressed enough to just fall asleep anywhere.
You sad little man. Alright, good night. Bams out, disappears. Anything you want to do before a long rest?
Uh, Dor- Fuck, I don't have anything. Duradon thinks about. I think he like thinks the situation he's in, and the last thought before he passes out, more so just giving up on consciousness than actually finding peace.
Mm.
Um, is he thinks about his glaive, I'm sorry, his halberd that he left behind. And he's like, "Fuck! I just got the insurance claim back." he and he fucking falls asleep concerned about how he's gonna retrieve that amongst other things. But he does kind of he just kind of like it's the world piling up, and like it's always a feather that ends up or a piece of straw that ends up breaking the camel's back,
Mm,
and that's it. The straw to break his consciousness is thinking about how he's gonna get his golden glaive, if he's even gonna be able to get it.
big if. But we'll see.
Yeah.
As you drop into consciousness. And everybody takes a long rest. And you can mark off the levels of exhaustion for those, including you, Duradon. So you're back to 0. Kipley, I believe you're at 3.
Yes.
New, you should be at 1?
Should be 0, but I can leave it at 1.
Should be 0. If it's only one level of exhaustion, it goes back to 0.
Yeah, I only had 1.
Just go back to 0. And as the dawn rises, the sun's rays slowly beginning to spread out amongst the various different coastlines that you are currently calling home. You come to consciousness, lying on a stone, kind of slab-like table, eyes flickering open. The pain subsided briefly. It's not gone. There's a dull sense of everything hurts, especially your right ear. And your nose, while it's been fixed and put back into place, you can, like, very much so kind of feel every breath that is taken in as you are now woken up. Kind of look around the room, and you can see it is a medical wing of some sort. You can see operating tools. A lot of them are filled with, a lot of them are clean, but you can see there's a large rag that's just drenched in blood, which you assume is probably your own. You look around. It's a rather small room too. It's only about like 15 feet by 15 feet, and you can see there's a large cabinet on the wall that's actually like from floor to ceiling has drawers and drawers and drawers stacking on top of each other. Various different jars, glass, ceramic. You can see one that is just kind of stone. That's on the floor, roughly about like I want to say 6 inches wide, about 10 inches tall. Are just all across this large desk, and sleeping at it is a woman that you actually never met, but one that you can currently see is just this slop of black, messy hair draped over her face, in this kind of large technician's coat. You can't really see the face much from this perspective, but she's kind of faced not away from you, but just in a different direction, kind of facing forward while you're on the side. And see, she's currently like taking slow breaths. You assume she's currently unconscious, but there's no one else in the room. And you look around, you can see your belongings, including your weapons, are currently placed on the opposite side of the room. And they're currently hung up in kind of like a large leather strap, kind of holding them all together. But you are conscious. Can't tell what time of day it is. But memories immediately begin flooding back of the night prior. About the deal, all the events, but also the successful mission. So, is there anything that you like to do as you come to consciousness?
He'll reach up with his right hand and check and make sure his ear is actually there.
Touch
he
it.
remembers.
Nothing's there. No, your touch is there.
He breathes out a sigh.
It doesn't feel the same as your left.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of reach out like with both hands, one touching your left, one touching your right. Your right feels almost kind of slimy in a sense. And it's not like drenched or coated in a slimy texture. It just feels a little bit wet. And as you kind of run your hand up and down it, the flesh is very, very reactive to your touch. And you kind of instinctually pull away. Probably not a good idea to get hit in the face today. Kind of runs through your mind.
No promises.
But it is intact, and it is to its full elven length.
Okay. He'd probably just kind of quietly, not like he's being sneaky, but just kind of quietly tiptoe over to his belongings and start getting dressed and getting everything together.
You are kind of in a simple robe at the moment.
Mhm.
And unsurprising too, you can see your outfit is hung up kind of separately on its own as you start putting on pieces of your armor and putting yourself together. You see the head kind of rolls to one side, and as you're in one corner, you see an eye flicks in your direction. You're just holding eye contact as you're getting ready, and she's looking at you, and you see she goes, so you're up. Give me a second. Opens the drawer, and you see she sticks her finger in, looks just like a collection of kind of darkish, brownish powder. Closes the drawer, just lets it sprinkle over her face before kind of groggily turning the chair fully around facing you. I did not have the privilege of getting your name last night. I saw you had your vesselship token on you. I don't recognize you. Are you... were you on a long mission away from the island, or sent away for duty? Jura normally keeps his vassals for security reasons on the island, but I recognized your token when I pulled it out of your bag of holding. Here. And she reaches into her lab coat, pulls it out, and kind of slides it across the desk towards you. It's a token you've never seen before in your life.
Yeah. Yeah, he kind of has a little confused look on his face. And he says, my name is New Baron. Where am I?
New Baron. Well, New, you're currently in my lab. You're friends with air quotes, I guess, brought you here. Smoky, tall figure, child. Mustang and Mammoth, if that rings a bell to you. They found you last night and brought you down here for healing, and I patched you up. Jura's gonna have to pay a pretty penny for you, by the way. Luckily, a lot of long-term sustained injuries can be paid for by the council. And you had some long sustained injuries, my friend. You were all sorts of fucked up. What happened to you? I looked through the reports of anything that went down on the island, and I didn't see any attacks or any monster-sanctioned missions put out. What put you in that state that you were in?
Honestly, right now, I can't really remember much from last night. I have no idea how I even got here. I do kind of know of Mustang, but I don't know anything of a child.
Aces with Mustang. Go ahead and make me a deception check. trotting on the line of the truth, but you do know exactly what brought you to this state.
Yeah.
12. Okay. She's not proficient, but she is wise. Wah. Wah.
She saw right through that.
She looks at you. And you see she just like narrow her eyes and freaking immediately jump on you. But you do see a look of recognition that while you're not lying completely, you're certainly not telling the truth.
Right.
She goes, listen, if you are off doing something stupid, like a lot of vassals do, it is okay to tell me, because I don't directly report to the council. I work for them, but trust me, I am a separate third-party individual they hire so I can heal incidents like this. I just need to know in case you failed to kill something, and I can put out a called-in assumption or hint that there is a creature in the area, there's a dangerous criminal on the loose, or something of that case. So what happened?
It wasn't anything like a monster or a creature. I don't think it's anything you or anyone else needs to worry about. But yes, I picked a fight with someone I shouldn't.
Go ahead and
Shouldn't
make me a
have,
persuasion check.
Where's my... There it is.
Or deception, if you think, depending on how you want to play it for modifiers, but that is the truth, at least for you believe it. 19, okay. See, she nods. Right, well, do you have a message you'd like me to send to Jura when he gets back? He's currently on business away, so he is not going to be here for a few days, but I'm sure he would like to know that one of his vassals was almost killed on the island by someone.
No, that's... While I appreciate that, that is not necessary. I'll meet up with him just as soon as he is back.
All right. I would let off any fight picking for the next couple of days. Your body is regenerated, but it is going to be very sore, and well, you're completely missing your right ear, and while I can heal and regenerate ligaments in limbs, it is still not in your full... I don't know why I turned Scottish. It's still in its not full adolescent stage. So it's going to be gradually getting bigger. Mira's here, darling! It's going to be getting bigger, and it will return to its natural state in a few days, but limbs like that take a longer time to regenerate. And also, you're going to get some uncomfortability with breathing and such. Do you want any painkillers to help with that?
I think I'm good on that. But should I...
You sure?
Yeah, should I keep my ear covered up? Because it still feels a little slimy.
It will certainly not hurt.
Yeah,
I can wrap it up for you if you want.
if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no. And she gestures for you to sit down next to her, and she goes into her bag and just pulls out some gauze. It just goes over it very gently, wrapping it and not putting it to your head, still keeping it in its natural position, but essentially just covering it up so elements and stuff like that don't get in.
Right.
And she does like one kind of larger loop and kind of ties it off at the end, kind of tighter towards the bottom so it will stay. Do you need or want anything else while you're here? Just, medicines. She kind of looks you up and down for a second. Directions to a tailor, and you look you're kind of coming to consciousness at first. You didn't see it.
Mhm.
Your outfit is ruined. It is a non-magical uniform, an armor set, excuse me, that was torn, not to pieces, but there's just large chunks of it that's just scattered to shreds. It is
Hmm.
soaked in blood still. But from the amount of like thrashing your body got, it's not looking great. She goes, if you have like a mending cantrip or something, I'm sure someone can patch that up nice and quick. I don't have that. It is not part of my skill set, but I'm sure someone should be able to fix it for you.
Do you know a good mender close by?
Yeah, if she is in today, it's still kind of early, but you can ask for Mira Milborn. She works in the guild hall main office. Excuse me, the guild store's main office. She has a number of cantrips on hand. I'm sure she could be of help if she's in.
Well, I appreciate everything you've done.
Yeah, of
Believe I
course.
owe you my life.
You most certainly do, and I hope we never meet again. Not because I don't like you, but because you really shouldn't get into that state again. And as the cleric of the council, it's probably best if you don't see me because that means you're doing well and not dead or dying.
Yes,
Respectfully.
I've definitely learned my lesson, and I will pick my fights a little more carefully next time.
Good.
And you
All
said
right.
Mustang is here. Is that correct?
I believe they're staying upstairs in the library. It's crazy. A bunch of people have just been tearing up Paradise Peak in the last couple of days, so they've been taking sanctuary under the librarian's guidance.
Hmm.
So, they're
That is
still
rather-
upstairs if you want to talk with them, I think.
I just might stop by and say hello.
Yeah. But if you need anything else, you know where I am. Good luck. Don't die. All that shit.
Thank you, and again, I appreciate what you've done.
Yep. Just don't be surprised if you get a. If Jura sends you a bill to your address. He should cover it. Should cover it. But that was a lot of spells, and I was pretty tapped already.
Okay.
Alright, you head out?
Yep, he'll head upstairs.
You head upstairs.
So
Kipley, Mustang, and Mamuth.
Mustang would have actually gone downstairs by now because despite the sass he gave, he was planning on picking up new.
Sure. You want to be
like
waiting
Tess
in the lobby?
suggested.
Nice.
Yes.
Because the door, because this was such a serious operation, is locked. And she does have to unlock it for you to leave new. That's why I was want to see if you want to try and sneak out, because you would have to lock pick the door. But as you're kind of waiting in the lobby, you do see it's super early. It's roughly like I say super early, but for like someone who was on death's door, like only like 7 to 8ish hours ago, you see roughly around like 7:30, New walks out. The guild hall itself is pretty much dead at this point. There's not a lot of people in here. Maybe like you see like one group of roughly about like 3 vassals are at the guild hall board, just kind of picking out. You assume it'd be some sort of like daily or weekly quest. And besides that, it's just them. You see Janet still working the front desk, and as the sounds of footfalls come down the hall and you kind of glance up, you see New walking out, alive, looking much better than he was last night. Clothing still beaten and in rough shape, but the body looking better with the right ear bandaged. And you see
He's-
he has one of those nose strips to help align your nose after you break it, kind of
Oh
over
my
his
God.
face. But besides that, alive.
He's looking over his clothes too, just seeing just how in bad shape they are.
And as you walk out, New, you can see directly to your left, roughly about 60 to 70 feet away, on the opposite side of the guild, the individual that she pointed out to you, the name Mira, in the guild hall, sir. You do see there is a gnomish woman currently working the guild hall desk. Matches the description. But you also see Mustang sitting on a bench, roughly about 50-ish feet from you.
He'll walk over towards the Mustang.
Does Mustang see him approaching, or?
You know, I said you heard the footfalls and you saw him approach.
Great. Okay.
I was
Well,
just
he's gonna get up and
describing
also
New
start
as well.
approaching.
You guys meet up in the middle.
And he's, oh, good morning, bird boy. And he kind of stretches his arm out and puts it around your back and starts walking towards the stairs. And you kind of feel his hand on the back of your neck. And maybe you thought he was being friendly at first, but it becomes pretty clear that he's not. How was your sleep?
I believe I owe you my thanks for bringing me.
I think you owe me more than that.
Honestly, I don't even know how I ended up here, how I got here.
Important point of order: before you make it up the stairs, you see and hear a large kind of gust of wind and flapping sounds as from what your presumption is, Mustang, and the same aviary companion you saw previously that dropped off the letter to you, a dire raven flies, and while your hand is on the back of New's neck, it digs itself into the shoulder that you're trying to hold, trying to put your arm around, and just kind of gives you this look of bombastic side eye for a bird, like very protectively placing itself between you and New. And you hear in your head, New, "Oh, thank God! Thank the gods, excuse me. I was so worried. When you didn't return, I was searching all over for you, and I felt a lingering connection in this direction, and I was waiting outside all night. I'm glad you're all right."
One way to put it. Have I got some stories for you later?
Yes, one that you're going to have to catch me up on. Because trust me, while I was worried about your well-being, I'm also pretty pissed that no word was sent for what was happening. Left me in the dark for 10 hours.
My apologies.
Do you still try and keep your arm around him, Mustang?
No. Just a whack-ass bird flew through the window. He doesn't want to get his fingers pecked off.
You still keep heading towards the stairs?
He is urging him in that direction.
Yeah, he's just walking
Persuasively.
with Mustang. Yeah.
Both make it upstairs into the library's kind of common / welcoming area. Kipley, are you up yet? Or have you left your bedroom yet?
Oh no,
Is
she's
more
probably reading.
So you're kind of lying in your queen-size bed, in your own little
Fitting.
private quarters.
I think you described it
completely
as a very large bed.
It is massive. Yes. It's like 2 queens put together. But yeah. So Mustang and Mammoth, unless you made yourself known, Kipley, have no idea you're there.
Mhm.
Because it is a hidden compartment in the wall that the librarian normally uses for herself. Up to you or not, whether you'd
I
actually let them know.
I don't think she really knows to. I think she's just kind of hanging out, reading, and just working off exhaustion.
So you're still in the room reading, but Mammoth and Mammoth, I believe you're still up in the main common area, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like I believe it's your third night of sleeping in here. It's not comfortable at all. I mean, you grew up in awkward circumstances where you didn't always have a bed necessarily, or at least you slept outside a few times, and every now and then it's a comfortable experience, especially in the warmer climate you're in. Sleeping on a wooden chair for 3 nights in a row, your back is killing you. Also, kind of growing tired of just being in a library without, having anything interesting to do. But as you're kind of waking up, the morning grogginess, you see Mustang approach with New in hand as all of you begin to converge in the common area. Still lacking Kipley, but you were both told that she's here by the librarian. You just don't know where. What do you
New,
do?
how about you take a seat?
He'll sit down, but he's kind of gingerly sitting down.
Yeah.
Mammoth.
Well,
Aye.
New. Mammoth.
This must be the child. Is this your child?
What's it to you?
child.
Just curiosity.
No.
You know what? Oh, Mammoth.
What?
What do you mean no?
I'm not his kid.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, but New, I'm feeling mighty curious myself. If I coughed you up, I think that means more trouble for you than it means for me. So,
I'm
you
sorry,
said you
you
didn't
what?
have a clue about how or why that happened, and I'm not so sure I believe you.
You coughed me up? Like a hairball?
Yeah, like a hairball. Like a really bad hairball.
I honestly don't know how I came to that.
Okay, well then let's take a step back. Why were you so horribly beaten up? You looked awful.
All right, look. Whenever I first approached you, I was needing assistance. That night, yes, I was there to fight you, but
Ugh.
only fight you. I needed to test you. I wanted to make sure that you would be able to handle what I'm needing assistance with. And from what I've seen, I think you could.
Okay, out with it then.
I'm being hunted.
Hmm.
There is an assassins group that is after me. I thought I was far enough away from them I wouldn't have to worry about them again, but not long ago, one of them showed up and attacked me. I was able to fend them off, but That makes me think that the rest of them now know where I'm at. It's only a matter of time before they track me down.
Okay. One, how did you get my name as for getting help in the matter? Two, why am I supposed to care?
I was in Port Cliff the night of that tournament. I'd seen you and your group fight that first night. And then I heard of some of the adventures, I guess you could say, from the Six, but the only name I could get was yours.
It's a bit of a relief, believe it or not, but that still doesn't answer my second question.
Which was, I'm sorry.
Why am I supposed to care?
Again, I thought you could help. But if you're not up for it, not a big deal. I will go about my business.
You both hear this, and Nu, you hear, listen, I really don't like these people. At least, I really don't like the smoke one. The jury's still out on whether he gets to live or not. We can figure that out at a different time. Also, you don't need to be friends with them to kill them. He just oozes confidence. We can easily just take advantage of that at a different time when you're feeling better.
Oh, of course, 100%. And then New Baron will kind of, again, slowly stand up. If that's all you have, then if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way.
No, you are not excused. Even if I'm not sure I want to help you, we're obviously connected somehow. If I coughed you up and I saw you before, there's something going on here, and there's been a lot of higher powers sticking their fingers in my pie as of late.
The last thing I remember is someone called Monarch of Mischief.
Oh.
Fuck.
And I was in a pretty rough situation, I'm sure you've noticed. And I made a deal to get out of that situation. So maybe this Monarch of Mischief is what brought me here.
I think she probably did. She's pretty cool like that.
He'll turn and look at Mammoth kind of confused. You know of her.
Oh yeah, I did the whole deal thing, and I was about to die, and she scooped me up and helped me out and stuff.
Well, that seems to be her MO.
Yeah, same with him, and he'll point to Mustang.
He'll turn his gaze over to Mustang.
Love.
Mustang's just sitting there with his arms crossed.
No closed doors here.
Mammoth,
Hmm.
you gotta be a little more careful with what you share with people.
I mean, I figured if he met Mrs. Mischief, then he's, no harm could come of it.
You're right, he probably would have found out eventually. Listen, Nu, if you're involved with her, I probably need to help you. So, just stick around. There's a lot of other people you should probably talk to. I'm not going to go making choices willy-nilly. I'm going to get everyone's opinion.
Understandable.
And while you don't hear it in your head, Nu, Mustang, you do hear an immediate retort to that previous statement. And you hear, oh shit, is this thing on? Honey darling, no, you're not supposed to help him. He's there to help you. I'm currently busy. Duradon is having trouble. Come on, dear, you can do better than that. Focus, breathe deep. 1, 2, 3, 1. He's shitting the bed. All right, honey. Listen. He has a bunch of information that's gonna be super useful to you. Well, he doesn't have a bunch of information. Him adjacent has a bunch of useful information. Just gather the troops. We'll be there shortly. Durdon will be there shortly. Oh,
Yes,
by the
ma'am.
way, he'll do anything that you ask of him.
Mustang kind of gets this shit-eating look in his eyes.
If I find it favorable for myself for enjoyment purposes. I'll give you complete control. That'd be no fun.
Oh, don't worry, ma'am. I think our proclivities quite align 9 times out of 10.
Well, just message the main office first, and I'll let him know.
Yes, ma'am.
No, Durdon, pick it up. God. And the connection severs. Kipley,
right, Neil.
interestingly enough, you heard that too.
Oh,
It was like a weird, like, you weren't supposed to be on the call. Like, you pick it up and it's 2 people already talking. You catch an inkling of that before it drifts away.
She's just like on the bed, book held up, and she hears it, and the book like just kind of drops to the bed, and she's like, "Oh man."
Landline problems, yep. Line 1, line 2, we're both trying to have a conversation here. You need to calm down. 100% landline problems.
Yeah, I think Kipley probably sits up and she's like, "Fuck off, bitch!" She says it like really loudly.
None of you in the main room hear anything.
Drops back, starts reading. Can she hear anything in the room outside?
Huh?
Can she hear any of the stuff outside the
No.
room? Okay. Yeah,
You very quickly deduce, because you can see there's a window. You can see the sun rising. Actually, go ahead and make me a, call me either intelligence check or perception check. I'll call this a perception check.
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Great. Still not
10.
great. 10.
It takes you a long time, just because you're also reading and your attention is elsewhere. You can see birds flapping by your window, and you can see like people beginning to walk on the street, and like the day is starting, but you don't hear any of it. And it takes you a long time to register that you don't hear any of it. The room is soundproof, so both in and out. You operate in like essentially would be a pocket dimension. So you can see out of it, but while in it, you can't hear anything that's going on outside.
Like mentally too? Aside from Lorna Dane?
Mentally? What do you mean?
Like she doesn't hear any other voices or spirits or anything?
In your case, no.
Yeah, she
This is
luxuriates
definitely
in
a
the
treat
bed.
for you. You get the sense, just because of your nature, you would understand this, as someone who's been in. Actually, yeah, no, this would make a lot more sense. As someone who's been in their patron's pocket dimension before, at least you would assume to be their home and/or pocket dimension adjacent. It's basically underneath whoever created it, the creator's control. So if they wanted to, they could probably listen in to everything that's going on in the library and outside. But you probably get the sense, because of your specific case, she made it soundproof for you. You don't know whether she knows about the voices or not, but just for your studying purposes, and the fact that you had 4 levels of exhaustion and you'd sleep.
Yeah, she curls up and just keeps reading.
So while you're grandmaing it up, Mustang, Mammoth, anything from you guys? Because Mammoth, you didn't hear it in your own head. you heard Mustang audibly respond out loud to the message.
No one's giving him a weird look.
No, okay, all right.
Wait, what's happening?
Nothing. I just said you heard Mustang audibly respond to nobody, because you didn't get the Monarch of Mischief's message. Only Mustang and Kipley did.
Oh.
You just heard Mustang say something to nobody, while also New and a massive Raven just sitting on the opposite side of the table, not saying anything confused.
He's gonna be like kind of just like staring off into space a little bit and then realize like, wait, there's nobody else talking, and then kind of look at him just confused.
Sure.
Say something, Mustang.
Yeah, it was our lovely mistress calling. And at this point, he's gonna kind of pull up a chair for himself, and he seems to decompress a little bit, and he's like, "New, listen. Sounds like you're gonna be sticking around, which is fine. And I didn't mean to come off as an ass at first. Well, I kind of did, but I'm just very protective of my people, and I don't know you, and our circumstances thus far have not been the best. So, forgive me for feeling a little apprehensive about welcoming someone so close to everything, let alone someone who wants my help."
Yeah, I feel like maybe you could have asked first.
See the bird look right at you when you say that, Mammoth.
What? Am I wrong?
You just hear it just
mean-
caws at you, and you hear in your head, New. I hate these people. Like, if you want me to peck the kid's eyes out, give the word.
If I cast speak with animals, would that work?
I don't know.
Can I
Can we
try?
try?
Yeah.
I speak with animals.
Yeah. Why
Uh,
did you look at me like that?
Turns and looks at you. Because you're an insolent little worm, you prick.
Well, that's not very nice.
Damn.
And you see it looks, the eye is gonna go wide, and the bird head leans back, and he goes, "Oh shit, it's one of those." Fuck.
No, I'm just saying. If you
Hey,
want
listen here, you
somebody
little
to help-
worm. I don't care if you can understand me or not. And you just see Mammoth, Mustang. You see Mammoth is currently looking directly at the bird, and she's going, like, you can't understand any of it, but he is having fluent crow conversation. Excuse me, fluent raven conversation.
all I did was say maybe you should have asked for help instead of starting fighting.
Oh, and maybe we should have just slit your throats before you knew it. But we didn't, so you're welcome. We also helped your friend while he was dying before, I don't know, he got consumed by an undead weirdo and a bunch of random, who were they? Right, bounty hunters. You're welcome.
Yeah, obviously that's appreciated, but I feel like maybe you could explain instead of just calling me names and stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do people normally speak bird?
No, but
Oh,
very
well, there you
judgmental.
go. Your friends can't understand me.
Yeah, but I can.
Oh, did I know that? Just because you're dressed like? Actually, what are you dressed like right now? Are you still dressed like the cowboy?
Yeah, that's kind of his like default attire now, I think.
Yeah, I love that so much. Which, by the way, that 100% can be acquired by your armor of many glamours. can
Yeah.
absolutely switch between that outfit now.
Hell yeah.
And you see, he goes, just because you are a spellcaster does not mean I know you can speak with people. Many people carry arcane focuses. Many people carry different trinkets that allow them to cast spells. Oh, I'm just going to walk up to people and start talking like a massive dire raven going in someone's face is a normal thing? What's wrong with you? Gods no. Also, I don't want to talk with you guys. It just turns its head. This is the most you've ever heard Deshad ever speak to anyone new.
Well,
New
why
just
not?
kind of.
This is what I'm saying. You just are getting mad. I want to know about the situation.
Maybe you don't deserve the details. And the head turns at almost like a 180 degree in the opposite direction.
New smiles to himself and he says, he says it out loud. I can tell you two are going to be best of friends.
That thing sucks.
Oh, Mammoth. Do you have a good chat with the bird?
No, I didn't.
Really? I'm surprised.
I still don't even know what the whole problem is with just approaching you and saying, hey, I saw you in this fight. I feel like maybe you can help me out. Maybe we can have some sort of relationship. Instead of popping up out of the shadows with a sword. You know? Is that crazy? The bird thinks it is.
I had to test him myself just to see what he had. Seeing that fight, it was not just him fighting, but a bunch of other people as well. I went there to fight one-on-one to see what he had.
Again, I feel like
I'm
you
gonna
can
ask
just
help
say
from a
that.
guy who can't even defend himself.
Well, that's all past us now, so decisions were made, and here we are.
Hmm.
Did
Yeah,
the bird
I
tell you to
think-
do that?
I'm sorry?
Did the bird tell you to do that?
Yes, he did.
Would you have done it differently?
Probably not, to be honest.
The head, just every time you speak, Mammoth, you just see Deshad's head just slowly. It doesn't look at you, but one of the eyes just slowly rolls in your direction. And every time it looks at you, you notice it's like it's just because your past perception. The body moves in a way a bird normally doesn't. Like with the rotation of the head and the eyes, it just goes a little bit past what is normal.
What?
Like an owl?
Like an anime character looking behind their shoulder to the camera.
A little more disturbing than that.
Oh, okay.
Sure. Nevertheless, while Kipley is out and about reading, we're gonna fly back over to Duradon. Duradon, you were on one end of that conversation. Upon waking up in the early morning, you can see the Moniker Mischief is already there. Larde Newman is currently sitting about like 30 feet from you. And when you open your eyes, you are no longer on the same island you were previously. The previous island you were at was a lot more tropical. You could see there's bits of jungle and tree line in the back. It was large enough that you couldn't see the entire thing from where you were sitting. And it was also a very warm climate. Like you didn't feel like you would freeze or have any problem being cold at night in this kind of condition. Kind of humid, sticking to the air. As you wake up, an immediate chill kind of runs through your body, and you find yourself grasping instinctually to the blanket as you open your eyes and you are on cold, more like rocky, sandy beach. And as you sit up, you can see there's like a small hill that leads up to a pinnacle of this island, but around it is not that large, and there's only a few trees. all of which are palm. Um, as you look up, you see this assortment of kind of like stone structures on top of this island, and you can't see the full height of it. You just see like stone peeking over the sand dunes ahead. But you can see the corners of the island. Like this thing's much smaller than where you were previously. And as you wake up, you can hear her speaking in the midst of ending that message, and goes, "All right, wake up. Come on, let's go. How long are you gonna rest for? You've had like 3 days to recover." Also, if you're talking, you're muted, Jared. Yeah, this is a monarch of mischief talking right to you. I don't know, did Jared say BRB?
Not that I saw.
No.
Alright, this bitch is... Yeah.
My B. Sorry.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, I was BRB'd. My B. So I missed it.
Oh, I'm back. What did you hear, or did you just get back?
I just got back. I heard my name and I just got back.
Fantastic, cool. Well, I'm not going to bother catching you up on all the previous conversations, but I will at least tell you this. As you come to, the climate is completely changed from where you previously were. It was warm and humid. Now it is cold, freezing, and the island that you're on is rough, rocky sand, opposed to the softer sand you were in before. And the island that you are on right now has a small hill at the top, stone structures on it, and you can see the corners of the island from where it ends. This is tiny, like at most 100-ish to like 130 feet.
Whoa.
Measuring tool was used.
That is so small.
Oh. It is tiny.
Does it seem familiar at all, or
Make a history check.
history?
You no longer have exhaustion, so it's a straight roll.
Gang, know what, boys? Know what we're gonna do? We're gonna roll above a 10. 18.
Oh, well, you know what? He said it and he did it. You have no idea what this is. You look up at the stone configurations at the top. Never seen it before in your life. You are almost certain you have no idea where and or what this island is. Completely foreign. But as you wake up and you kind of push the blanket aside, you see the Monarch of Mischief kind of sitting in front of you, was having a conversation, not with you. But as you wake up, she goes, "Finally, what took you so long? I was waiting for an eternity."
Well,
Eternity was like 8.5
know.
hours, which is only for like, like a second for me, but that's, pish posh details, devils lying in places.
how long normal people rest?
I mean, not really. There's a lot of people who do it shorter. Your friend Zyrus does it shorter than that. Your friend Mustang? Mustang. Smoky one. Yeah, he does it shorter than that. Kippity doesn't do it at all.
God, excuse me?
Hmm?
What do you mean?
Barbarian say what? It's funny because even if you did say what, you are a barbarian right now.
Yeah.
Let's fix that. At least attempt to. I have no guarantees, but I'm going to try. Because what I did last time should have worked. I'm fully blaming it on you because I am a perfect being, and you must have fucked up my process.
Yeah, it's possible. I am pretty fucked up, so let's
You're not
do
supposed-
this.
you don't have to agree. Oh, that's just sad.
I'm not. Yeah, it's kind of sad being a normal person, especially after having power.
You know what? That's fair. Let's get this over with. And she snaps her fingers, and you fall unconscious. First things first, I'm the realist. Second thing second, go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, dear God. Do I
It is,
have?
it is with advantage because it's a racial trait. That's not a class ability.
Hell yeah! You know what this means, boys and girls. This is 2d20,
On the dream.
and
You
one
do
of
have
them will
inspiration,
not
so it could be a
fuck
potential
me.
3d20.
15.
15 is enough. Actually, hold on. Wait. Let me not lie to you real quick. Check the stab log. 15 isn't enough. I'm so sorry.
Uh,
If you want, you
you
can
know
use your
what?
inspiration.
I don't suppose you still have
Inspo.
my
Oh,
talisman on you.
no. I'm pretty
No.
sure if a creature dies, it's gone. Also, basically everything on his person was destroyed.
Okay.
Yes.
7, cool.
15 or
Okay.
7.
Well, it's a 15, which is still not high enough. Cool. Cool. So that is gonna go ahead and mark a note on that. Awesome. Do you have your old stats pulled up and ready, right?
Yeah. My that did not
Fantastic.
other than 0 hit points. So everything
So
else is up.
because you failed, it's gonna be a little worse for you. But as you go under, you see visions of the frozen plain once more. You see your family marching on the ice. You see the encounter with your father. You see your encounter with Andreas. You see all these flashing bits of your memory going forward. And in each instance, you feel the not just the Bashala blood that lays within your veins, but just your instinct as a person. You were raised, born, and thriving in conditions that required you to rage, that required you to rely on this strength that is beyond strength, to resist death in a way that most could only dream of. And you get the feeling and it vanishes for you. And every memory flashing in almost like a slideshow for your head. As you recall in those moments where you know you were physically raging during those times, you feel nothing. Void. Almost like there is a hole in your chest. Both physically and, in this case, almost at a different level. You're unsure if it's mentally, spiritually, but something in you, whether it's your own or someone else's doing, you don't have the same capacity, same mindset in this moment to rage. It feels like something's wrong. Something's off. And your vision pulls you back to the present, and you wake up and you're on the shore again, on the same isle, and you can see the Monarch of Mischief standing next to you, looking down at you confused. And goes, "Oh, I see. I understand. You'll earn it back eventually. Because just like every other humanoid, you still suffer the same passions, problems, but every one of you has a spark. It just needs to be lit. In Duradon's mind, as you wake up and look towards the hill, You feel a pull, like a draw to something, and you watch as all those stone formations begin to light up one by one. These free, almost gateways open. And you're unsure if it's real or not, or if this still is a vision, or what capacity is this in your mind, or is this reality? You're unsure. But you see 3 gateways ahead of you. We'll do Brian, because you got a lot of shit tonight. Go ahead and roll me a d4.
E4.
Yeah.
Uno.
Natural 1. Duradon, go ahead and roll me a d4.
E4. Oh. 4.
Kipley, go ahead and roll me a d4.
Ooh.
1. Okay. Mamoof, d4. Ash, you don't get a roll 1, I'm sorry. No, okay, go ahead and roll me a d4.
As you wish. 4.
4? Okay.
Yeah.
It's a tiebreaker. Let me go ahead and roll. It is either going to be between 1 and 4.
Oh
4.
my god.
Okay. Duradon. In your time, both in life as a Bashala in war, and as a vassal protecting the island, you faced many threats in your life. And as you look through those gates at the top of the island, and you kind of begin to approach so you can kind of see over the bend and see what's through them, you see almost like walking through a literal memory lane every single opponent you've ever faced. You look in one gateway, and you see there's a strew of street thugs, gang members, and all different sorts of either petty criminals all the way up to some pretty strong fucking monsters that crawled their way up on the shores. See druids, young, old, familiar, unfamiliar, some who you never even got to see their wild shapes, some who you never got to see their faces. See Atreus, and you see the more recent ones as well. You see Calamity. You see, unfortunately, Mimic Island. And you see as Mimic Island approaches, kind of pulling into that vision, a figure steps out of the gate. Tall, red skin, long, curled horns, wearing a simple cloth around the waist, showing off the scaled-like muscularity of the top half of their body, the long, devilish, horned-like spines sticking out of their legs, and the hoof, like almost tiefling lower half, standing before you as the figure pushes out. You rolled pride. Go ahead and roll initiative for me, please. As the trial commences, unfortunately for you, you get your old stats back, but you do not get rage. As for some reason, whatever is currently ailing your body, in this moment, whether it's real or not, your vitality comes back to you. Your strength comes back to you. but your rage still eludes you. And you watch as the figure pries itself through the gates, kind of like in the oh gods. Do you know original Spider-Man 3 when Eddie, not Eddie Brock, oh my god, way different universe cross. When the first Venom pulled its way through the doorway when fighting Tobey Maguire, it just pulled the two parts of the wall apart. Very similar, kind of almost pulls the gate apart as the massive figure steps through, and you see the same figure that you once struck down by yourself, of course, but you still killed this creature long ago, a few months ago, and you watch as it rises and stands before you now, and you immediately feel the instincts of survival. You need to live. You need to rage, and it is not coming to you. It is not there. And fear begins to build within you as you see the figure go, "Hello, Pterodon. Did you think I forgot you after all this time? I didn't know when this day would come, but I have a reputation to withhold. And I can't let some low-life scum walk on my island and walk out alive after wounding me." I'm going to go ahead and roll initiative for him. You can go ahead and drag your token onto the lower half of the map over here. I'm gonna go ahead and zip zap zoobity dap. There we go. 23. Whoo! Nice. Good shit. Is that a natural 20?
It was.
Good shit. Totally not wasted. Not kidding. Hey, going first definitely matters. 23 versus Aspect of Pride. You know, just when you thought you couldn't get enough of the stab block before when it was miserable and you were level 10, it's back. Just be happy that you didn't get Calamity, because that would have been pre-nerfed Calamity.
God.
Aspect of Pride. Oh, he rolled good too, but not good enough. It's a 19. You do get to go first. As you see, at the time, you had Herma by your side. Now, you look about your current person. You're currently unarmed. What would you like to do? You see the Monarch of Mischief sitting on roughly about like 30 feet from you, just arms crossed, smiling, giving you 2 thumbs up. I've learned a new stuff. We'll see.
Without any weapons, which is crazy. Oh fuck. Oh, me and homie Nelson. Yes. We're done.
There we go.
Hey, Newman.
You're a spectator.
So of my, I have nothing of my. I have nothing. I just have myself.
I have nothing. You look down at your person, and you're wearing the same thing you're wearing this morning, which is essentially just a robe, with basic clothes underneath. You have your scalpel. And yeah, you had whatever that you had on the island, which ain't a whole lot.
Gang, all I needed was my scalpel. Cool. He's good.
World
He's
ending
cool.
threat. Pull out the scalpel.
Yeah. He's he can't rage, which kind of fucking sucks. But you know what? Spelled his life right now. I'm going to stab myself with the fucking scalpel. And pray that I have all of my other abilities that. Since
We're gonna try
everything
and
else
crystal
returned.
carbonate the scalpel.
Yeah.
You stab yourself. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Type shit. Type shit. Type shit. Type shit.
Is
Cool.
with
Cool.
advantage.
Cool. It is, and I have a wisdom. Score. Oh, go fuck
Oh,
yourself.
you stab
Um,
yourself. Oh,
no, go ahead.
you want to use inspiration on it?
No, that's it.
Okay. You stab yourself. What is your current strength modifier?
Uh, Modifier 4.
4. Cool.
Yeah, my
You take
strength modifier.
2 points of damage, and the weapon is just covered in your own blood.
Oh, you fucking. He looks down at himself. He's like, "Is this what erectile dysfunction is?" Oh.
Oh my god.
He looks up to Pride. And he's like, you know, of all the people you could have decided to fuck today, it had to be me. All right. This is the life he chose, and that is perfectly fine. He's going to move 20 feet right here. He's gonna take his action to dodge.
Woo. All right. End of your turn. Goes to Pride. Grabbing the corners of the pillars and pulling himself up on top of it, he almost crouches down like a gargoyle, looking down at you with this sneering smile that he had before, where he stands up to his full height. The stone walkways themselves are already about like 10 feet in height, and him being 15 feet tall himself, now standing at a, like, you have to fully crane your neck up to look at him, and you see as he looks down at you with a smile. You're an insignificant step in my ascension to glory. My brothers, my sisters, each one of them given the folly of what your humanoids call sins. Except for me. I was given the gift of pride by my father. Do you want to know why that is, Duradon Bishala? It's not because I think I am better than everybody else. It's not because I think I am stronger, or I am faster, I am smarter. It's because I am. And he leaps down from essentially 30 feet above you, and is going to go ahead and attempt to essentially people's elbow you, just coming down this massive crushing strike. And it does have disadvantage because you took dodge action. How much that's going to matter, we're going to find out. Keep in mind, you don't have any of Zyrus's equipment on you.
Yeah, I know. I
And
already
yeah,
expelled.
appreciate that. Appreciate that, big man. That is going to be 17 to hit and 26
That
to
still
hit.
hits. That still hits.
The elbow slams into your chest, and you feel an immediate as you feel not but one, but immediately 2 ribs fractured just on the first couple of blows. For damage, we're looking at 16 and 23, so a total of 39 points of damage. As the first elbow slams into your ribs, you feel the fractures, and you're pushed back about 5 feet before you kind of stumble and begin walking back towards him. takes the clawed hand that has pierced through you before and just backhands your face with it to a force where your neck snaps just before the point of where you would no longer be alive, stopping, and you kind of stake your head angrily, pushing yourself back in, already feeling far more wounds that you suffered in the initial first frontal assault when you were fighting the Sins. He does have a bonus action. He's going to choose not to use it. It's your turn.
Cool.
What would you like to do?
Duradon is he feels the pain, and I don't think he's necessarily angry so much as he is frustrated. Because he's like, of all the fucking people. He's going to try to once again, he's going to try to rage, and see if he can focus on this pain, and numbing it in the process of trying to rage.
Feel the adrenaline beginning to pulse through you. You feel the intensity wash over you. Not the immediate anger, but the frustration building. The thoughts and feelings of not just hate towards this creature, but the insane amount of pressure that's been put on you to perform, to do your tasks, to have everything expected. And now having the ability to do nothing, that frustration surges. Go ahead and make me another wisdom saving throw with advantage.
Mm-hmm. 22. Natural 20 for 22.
Natural 20 for 22. Immediately, the adrenaline spikes. Your veins pop, your muscles tense, and you can feel your entire body in a state of awareness, of engagement, but not rage. That's one success. You don't go into a rage,
Cool.
but you can feel yourself beginning to build up that same energy that you normally feel when you do. Actually, natural 20 will count as 2. Be generous.
Oh, the success. Have
your action.
Yeah, he's still frustrated. He's like, bitch. He looks at Pride, and he says, killing you was so inconsequential. I didn't even it didn't even serve a purpose. I wasn't intentionally hunting you. But you know what? You're a dickhead. And he's going to try to take the scalpel and stab him into any part that he can.
Two attacks.
He's gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna reckless it.
Reckless attacks? Go for it.
Yeah. Because this fucker, there's no way that even on the natural one, he would still take. No, on the natural. The
natural one automatically misses, but natural 2 or above hits.
Yeah, or it would have to be a natural 3, but that's such a small error margin. Cool. Whatever this is, plus 7. That is going to be. What do we got? 16 plus 7, 23? 23? Yeah.
23? 23 hits?
Yep.
I
don't know what the scalpel does for damage.
It is. It's a tool that is not meant to be an actual weapon, so it counts as a improvised weapon, which you're not proficient in. So you feel your strength modifier, which is 5, right? Because 1 plus your strength mod, which is 4.
Yep.
So you do 5 points of damage. It is non-magical, so it's halved down to 2. Go ahead and make another attack. You
Cool,
see,
cool.
as you say that and stab into him, the scalpel doesn't pierce the skin. And he
Scalpel
looks
doesn't-
down at you with the most shit-eating grin. Seeing that all the blood rushing out of your body is just slopping to the ground, and you cannot even pierce him. Got another attack. Reckless.
He has horns in his head, right?
He does have horns on his head,
Cool.
which are much longer than any like tiefling or devil's horns.
Cool.
They droop down about a foot in length.
What you said. Duradon he pulls back the scalpel so he doesn't pierce the skin. He sighs to himself. He's like, he looks around for a moment. He sees that it is technically only Newman that is actively here with him right now. Duradon is going to try to kind of like for a moment be a feral individual. And he is going to say, fuck this scalpel, and try to get one of the horns off of the head of Pride. He's going to try to climb Pride to get one of his horns.
Cool. I know what you're trying to do. You're gonna try and gore him with his own horn.
Yes, that is
Cool.
the hope eventually.
That's going to be more of a contested athletics check that you can do next turn, because you already took any attack action. However, go ahead and make me an athletics check to try and climb him, because he is double your size and is certainly not just a tree standing there.
For sure. This is not advantage. This is normal.
This is normal
athletic. This is the natural 20.
Natural
27.
20.
Nice.
Wow.
So here's the kicker.
Schlop.
Here's the kicker. Pride isn't proficient in athletics. This is essentially a contested check to try and climb him. He isn't proficient in athletics. However, his score. Well, let me just show you. He has a very low chance of succeeding, but there is a chance to beat this. He rolled a 3.
Nice.
Yeah, no. Pride
God,
is.
We need 8 or
He's
some
28.
shit. Or
He's
28.
28.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. The sins, as I told you, CR 17 and above creatures. Pride, CR 19. So, you succeed. Natural 20. 2 natural 20s. Oh my god, that's crazy. 3 natural 20s actually. Oh, Duradon's back and he's not even attacking yet. You climb up him and you can see he tries to stop you and grabs you, and you're inside of his claw, and you have that deep set worry for a second that without rage, you cannot even begin to fathom being able to contest a creature like this. But that frustration builds, and you do feel that inkling of just hate burn in your chest, and you just power through the hand, ripping the fingers apart, not off of the hand, but kind of forcing them open. And you reach the head, and you're kind of like Attack on Titan, just holding onto the back of the neck, because the skin doesn't give. It is like almost a scaly texture. So you're trying to just kind of grab and like dig your fingernails into him, and kind of hold on to it, and the other hand holding on to one of the horns. That is all you can do on this turn, but you're there. For the end of for the start of his next turn, legendary action is going to go ahead and Pride's Call. You see he doesn't have his allies near you, which is so great for you. But he is still 1, so the DC is still pretty high. Go ahead and make me a charisma saving throw, if you please.
God. Is this DC greater than 20?
This is a DC 17.
Oh, okay. Let's say if the DC is greater than 20, I can't do shit. That is 15.
15. Oh. You want to take it or you want to use inspiration?
Uh, you know, I'm just kind of gonna take this. Probably gonna be really bad. Probably gonna regret that in a second, but that's
Well,
the
my
life I'm
friend,
living right now.
your words are correct and are full of wisdom, because you drop unconscious and fall to 0 hit points. You fall off of his body and land onto the ground, flat, smushed in the dusty and rocky sand beneath. That was just legendary action. His turn. If you remember from the actual fight, Pride was the one keeping everybody unconscious.
Hmm.
Really unfortunate. The attack rolls are at advantage. 27, 28. You lose 2 death saving throws on the first attack. You lose 2 death saving throws on the second attack. You are dead, and you come out of the dream spell. Back into consciousness. You are sitting on the beach. You are actually on this island. Actually, oh, I didn't mean to delete your token. You are actually on the same island that you saw in your vision, but as you come to kind of grabbing your chest where Pride's fingers went through it, you just and just breathe deep as close as you can get to experiencing the similar effect of dying. Because you didn't die in the fight. You went unconscious, but you didn't die. So you kind of get the flashbacks to Mimic Island, kind of grabbing your chest, and you look over and Lauren Day Newman, Monica Mischief, Monica Mimic's also there chilling. What's up, dude? Monica Mischief staring at you, not with a smile, but with like a look of kind of analysis, kind of trying to gauge either your reaction, something that you're unaware of, but she just kind of stares deep at you and kind of past you as you wake up.
Alright. Well, that hurt a lot. So much.
So this is what erectile dysfunction feels like?
It has to be. There's
That's
no
your
way.
first line that you kind of pump out when you are on death's door. I think I'm going to need you a
Listen,
bit more focused on the task at hand. Because frustration doesn't equal rage. And it seems like there is a blockage between you and the more kind of savage feeling you have when you rage. Because I think I understand what's happening right here. I think I understand what's happening.
lay it on me because I don't.
And you hear a voice in your head go, I think I understand what's happening too. Duradon, you big softy. Not soft in the erectile dysfunction way, soft as in a kind heart. As you hear Rishnia speak in your head. I think you've tried to change drastically in a short period of time. And with everything that's happened to you, and everything you're trying to be, you might have mentally overloaded yourself, fried yourself out. You've been trying to be better. You've been trying not to be a savage anymore. To rely on the name and the meaning that comes behind it. I can sense happiness in the fact that you have no responsibility. Joy that nothing lies on your shoulders, but knowing that there is something that you still need to do. And frustration builds from that, but not the same drive that led you before. Am I wrong? I'm really taking a shot in the dark right now.
No, I don't think. Right? Frustration felt feels natural, but I think you're right. I always had the for a long time. I don't think that I have been angry. I think I've been carrying the burden and the thought of disappointing my people is what drove me to anger. But knowing that they're just going to be disappointed anyway, and that I'm the reason for their suffering, and I don't carry the burden anymore. I don't know what makes me angry. So yeah, I think in a way it's
You feel, and you know full well that this, to the extent, isn't real, but you feel almost a connection for a moment past the mind, where it feels like two arms are wrapping themselves around you in a very matronly way. And you hear the voice once more in your head, as Rishina goes, "To it, Dawn, I think you're wrong. I didn't know your family for the longest time. I only met in life your mother and father once, and it was not on good terms. Um, but I knew when I saw him fighting, even from a distance, it was not anger that kept up his rage, that allowed him to fight like your brethren did. He didn't have the trait at all. just a man with nothing but the gifts that he raised himself to use, not given, not earned, created. He didn't use his blood. He didn't use his anger. He used his goals. Family was on the line. And your family, Duradon, is still on the line. It may not be what you wanted as a final rest for them. It certainly isn't what I wanted for Andreas. But let me ask you this. Do you think your father, lack of anger, lack of frustration, if he was in your shoes, sandals, you look down, you're not wearing shoes, you think he would give up? He would simply call it a lost cause, kick a rock, grab a scalpel and try and stab himself. I know those are all recent wounds that are still open, but I want to be brutally honest with you so you know I am coming from nothing but truth. I'm not trying to sugarcoat or give you any words filled with honey. It's the same man and same woman I know who raised you. Your parents wouldn't give a singular care in the world. Not a single thought would go through their heads. They would do everything to help their family, their people. And even if they're gone in spirit right now, you have friends you need to help. Even if they aren't the closest of friends. Once that's done, you have a family you need to save. You can put them to rest. And you can make them proud. Or, if your monarch friend isn't lying, save them. I don't think you need to be angry if you're trying to save something that you care about. Now, I've talked for 10 minutes and you haven't interrupted me, so I need you to say something of confirmation so that you... I know you haven't fallen asleep on me like you used to.
I'm here.
Good.
Listening.
Now, did that make sense, or have I done an Andreas rant?
It does. Well,
But I want you to think outside of the box, dear. You have been beaten to shit. Life has not been kind to you in any way. You have died for a cause. You've died for others. You have fought for others for the longest amount of time. What do you want, Duradon? Do you want your family to be okay? Do you want to start that family with potential drow out there? Do you want to help people? Do you want to help yourself? Be honest with yourself. Because at the end of the day, you owe no one anything. Deals and bullshit aside, I don't care what weird monarch lady says, you have upheld everything that you need to do in life. So what do you want to do, Duradon?
And I think Doradon uh, has never, until it was asked of him, has never thought of what he wants that does not directly tie to a responsibility. Even the thought of having a family is a responsibility he feels he needs to have when his other obligations are done. Um, and I think he takes a moment um, to really try to grapple and understand what it means to have a choice that is not something that was decided for him or destined. Um, and the most honest answer he can give um, in that moment is um, he'll say, I want to be powerful enough to have my freedom to choose the responsibilities I take on. I feel so guilty. I've spent every day feeling that I had to prove to nobody that I was worth fucking to make. I want to be able to be strong enough, hold my freedom out anybody's deals, anybody's fantasies. I want to be able to grasp and hold and maintain my own freedom from everybody, everything. I, I want to be a hunter, not because of the cool, but a hunter is any other responsibility, like what he chooses to hunt, he chooses to be. That's why I picked the name. That's what I want.
feel the embrace once more. And do you have that right now? Are you free, Duradon?
It doesn't. I thought I would be still just this trap, different cell. I don't feel
Whether they're of iron or of circumstance, chain still binds you. But you know how to break them. You've been doing it since you were a child. All you need to do is rage. And you see Lorna Newman kind of impatiently tapping her foot. Are you done having a conversation over there? You know, I can hear the one side of the convo, and I feel left out on the other side. I can guess what's going on, but there's a lot of silence on your end. So either this voice is rambling, or you are both really not talkative.
um Duradon, I think, um doesn't reply to Newman or the Monarch of Mischief. Um but he tries to envision um taking in her words, he tries to envision his circumstances as bonds of links of a chain. Um, envision them as imprisonment instead of just circumstances that he has to deal with. And he, though anger is often the core of rage, I think he searches for, as opposed to um, simply being strong enough to break the chain. He searches and uses his perception, though internally inflected, to find a weak, and he methodically focuses, um, hones in, and tries to apply the pressure to that weakness, um, turning his the core of his rage from mindlessness and pulling from sources that just were filled with grief to, um, pulling from his own determination to free himself, um, and knowing that it is a limited thing because it is just him and no longer his people. He wants to minimize the amount of effort needed to expend, um, and kind of tries to be what he remembers of his father, um, meticulous, precise, um, and knowing when and where to apply the anger, the focus, and the determination, so that he can continue to do so for far longer than most expect him to. And he'll try to rage.
Sit there. Renewed and refocused. You see Lordaine kind of locks eyes with you, sees the strange calm washing over your face. Snaps her fingers. Go unconscious. The gates glow once more. You know where one leads. The other two are unknown. Do you choose to call Pride back? Or do you look for another foe?
He'll choose to call Pride back. He felt a lot of similarity in terms of Pride being Pride and him having an unnecessary level of pride and abilities that weren't really his.
For sake of brevity, we're going to keep the same initiative as last time. Pride not pulling his way out this time, but sauntering out with almost a bit of swagger and joy sprawled across his face as the eyeless, devil-like figure looks down at you. Oh. Look who's back for more. You certainly are a tenacious little runt. Did you simply want to bear witness to my glory again? Or have you grown accustomed to being underneath my feet? It's your turn.
Dordon doesn't exchange banter this time. Instead, he uses his first action to take I believe it is one of the underutilized tools. Yeah. See? Hold on. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Take it down.
God fucking damn. There we go. Okay. Cool. He's going to take the search action. And specifically, Duradon is repeating the process as he's kind of internalized it and just trying to reflect it outward. He's going to search Pride for his weakest link. He is a very proud creature. He's a creature nonetheless, Duradon estimates. And he searches upon this individual a point, no matter how minute, of focus of a point of weakness on him that he can focus his efforts upon, as opposed to just mindlessly trying to match strength for strength where he knows he cannot.
Would you like to use perception for this?
Yes,
Go ahead.
got you. That is a normal roll. That is going to be 17.
17. You look at the body, and the first thing you notice, Pride carries himself to a T in the name. Back completely stood straight. Posture relaxed at the shoulders. The head looking down at you, but the head isn't actually tilted down, keeping it held high. This is a creature who deems every other creature insignificant and below it. And for creatures that don't often look down, they're normally full of blind spots. They don't consider you a threat. And as you look towards the back of the creature, you see a shimmer. Almost translucent would be the wrong word, because you see form, but it is not immaterial. It is almost like a hallucination. The same kind of shimmer that you see on a hot day when the sun beats down on tar and creates the illusion of heat waves. You see a large rod formed of this material behind him. 17, you perceive it. What it is, whether it's an opening, a weakness, an illusion of his doing, you're unsure. But you make note of its presence. You still have your bonus action.
With his bonus action, he notices this rod. He sees it. He doesn't know what it is, but it gives him a start. And he envisions Pride not as this creature that's standing, but instead tries to create a mental image of a series of an object, a kind of fiery ball that is covered in metallic casings and further enclosed by these chains. And he spots what he assumes is a weak link, or at least a misshapen link. And he focuses intently, moving forward about 10 feet. But he will attempt to rage, honing in and focus.
Absolutely. Go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw of advantage.
That is a 20.
20.
Nice.
A new feeling settles over you. The adrenaline flows, but the mind in a state of absolute still. For a moment, you're worried the rage doesn't go through. Or you feel that same embrace. 2 arms holding your chest from behind. The words. I've got you, Duradon. Don't worry. Your rage is no longer your own. Bonus action, you go into a rage and you feel everything beginning to wash back over you. The muscles flex to a proportion they haven't seen before. Your body, almost like standing out in the cold, freezing mist begins to fall off of it in waves. And as it does, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, countless number of forms begin to take shape within it. You see Rashana, Antreus, Neota, Adola, Adana, even Dur. As the mist spreads out towards Pride, you see an eyebrow raised in curiosity. Go ahead and make me an athletics check with advantage. Because if you want, you can run. You can try and leap that distance. Because you do have unarmed movement.
Yeah, I
and it's
have
a low
40.
enough gap.
Oh, dang shit. I also do, because I've successfully went into the rage, hopefully.
Have advantage.
I have an additional 20 feet as well, so I have a total of 60.
Oh yeah,
And you said athletics?
athletics.
That is advantage.
16? More than
Mhm.
enough. You can make it right to its back, and you can see that shimmering energy just humming in front of you. End of your turn.
Mhm.
Pride. Once again, the body snaps at a speed that now you have no problem tracking. As you've already fought this creature once before, and you are well aware of what it's capable of, and what you, as a level 7 totem barbarian, very capable of. It's going to go ahead and take its full free attacks. All of which don't need to be at advantage. There's a 30, a 15, and an 18. I believe the 15 misses.
15 does hit. My AC is
15
actually
does hit.
actively 15. Yeah.
Perfect. That is 47 points of damage, have down to 23, as the claws, in a almost a flustering movement, that the air itself kind of bends with the amount of speed and impact they're digging into you. You feel this pulse. It doesn't hurt as much as before. And that worry isn't found. Instead, only rage. At the end of his turn, it goes back to you. Go ahead and make me a... I'll allow for a perception check with a rather high DC, or an insight check. We'll call it DC 15. Perception, you're looking for a DC 19 or above. Top of your turn.
15, top of my turn. You know, God cooked us today, and let's see if he's really chefing. I'm gonna go for perception.
And you can crystal carbonate. 23?
23. Yeah.
That's just barely enough. You didn't recognize it at first because it's been a while. But as he, in the midst of turning to strike you, you saw that shimmer extended to the front of his chest as well. Ever so briefly. It just barely makes it out of his stomach. But as you stare at it, you begin to call back to the fight on Mimic Island. And if Jared calls back to the fight on Mimic Island, and how Pride died, was an oversized arrow lodged in his chest. By yours truly. You think back, you see it in front of you. What would you like to do?
Doradon, now an individual of, I think, oh Jesus Christ, an individual of non-wasted movement, takes the opportunity of the claws and the blood spraying and the rage within, to wipe his hands across his chest, in which he sees his hands. He is going to give them the reach property. He's going to give his hands the heavy property. Um, and there is one more he can give his hands. And he is going to give it, kind of mimicking the movements of the elven weapon,
Double-bladed
that
scimitar?
he wants to use.
Special
Yeah,
property?
he's gonna give it the special property.
I know what you're trying to say. Don't worry.
Yeah. That's it. Gordon is going to stand at the side, and kind of take a boxer stance akin to the individual, when he was fighting with Kipley, the not sponsor, fuck, the second in command, uh, that are
Jay?
really powerful. Not Jay. The great Ashen dude, that was
Oh, Finley.
putting hands on Finley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he sees these two spots, and seeing how large the individual is, Dordon is going to, technically recklessly, but targeting both of these spots, he's going to kind of sidestep out of Pride's view, uh, for the first time, even though he steps behind. He's going to use the reach property of his fist to, from the back inside, still wrap his hand around and punch the shimmering in the front. Um, that is going to be a, whatever this is, D20 plus 7. Give me my dice or give me death. Actually, don't give me death. I just uh that is a 19 to hit.
19 hits.
Oh, okay, 19 to hit. Cool, I didn't say it beforehand. That is 5 points of damage, um from the hitting
Are
of the chest.
you aiming for where the arrow struck?
Yes.
Cool. As you strike where the arrow was, you feel purchase, not just on the skin itself as you push it, but you feel the rod. You feel the arrowhead, and as you punch it in, you watch as it grabs the chest in a painful bout of almost spasms as he doesn't fall on one knee, but he staggers backwards. And the 5 becomes 10.
Um,
Really get the sense this visage of pride carries the strengths that you have in your mind of him, but also carries the reality that you already won once. 2 more attacks?
yeah. Jordan
Right.
is then going to sidestep to the front where he assumes, that the individual is going to be a bit more prepared for, and feint an attack, once again to the chest, but take his other hand and slam it to the back to force the spear, or the arrow shaft, from his back sword. This time he is going to great weapon master it.
Go for
Um, and this is I'm just rolling this because it has the same modifier and it's about to
All good.
cost less to do. That is
And you are soul bonded.
soul bonded. Cool. That is from that would be
Should be -2 since it's
17
dirty
plus
20.
yeah, dirty 20.
Dirty 20 hits. So
Okay.
15 points of damage.
Yep,
Doubled. 30.
30. Cool,
You
cool.
watch the shimmer
Um,
almost snapping the body in a violent manner. You hear the wooden shaft almost snap, bend, and break, but the shimmer doesn't change. The physical back, the chest, and sides of the abdomen of where Pride got impaled by this, all at once, blood spurts out simultaneously from all three places. Bird attack.
yeah. And Doradon is oh fuck, I'm sorry. That isn't 15. That is
Oh, it's more because it uses.
17 because
Thank you
Ray.
very much.
Yeah,
It's 4 more points of damage.
got you. Um oh fucking and I'm not even
And it
using
also
the
uses
crystalline
crystal
carbonite.
carbonate. It uses D6s.
Like, God damn it.
Don't worry.
Okay.
I'll add it in. I'll add it in.
Cool, cool. I'm gonna roll a d6. Um, well, I knew there was a reason that crystalline
Yeah.
carbonating my fist
Yeah.
was a good idea. Um,
I was waiting. I
four,
thought
so
you
that's
were already on top of it, but no, you're good.
no, I'm not. It's been so long since I played my boy. And we're gonna pray for the crit from Jesus here.
You already
And
gotten a few of them tonight.
that is a 18.
18 hits.
Cool, cool,
Go
cool.
ahead, roll a
So
D6.
yeah, this one actually is accurate. That is going to be rage plus great weapon master. That is going to be a well, let me make sure that this shit is right. Force yeah, add crystalline carbonate twice. Let me.
It might have.
It did add. So take the six away.
24
From
points of
that
damage.
extra defense. Yep.
Double to 48.
Eat.
See, Pride's looking rough.
Gang, gang.
The arrow and the shimmer of it before, you watch as it becomes visible. Form is taken, and you see the actual arrowhead itself peeking through. The wooden shaft from where you've been punching it has splinters. It's still whole, has splinters in it from the pushing and pulling and the battering of it. More importantly, after the attacks, you see that same shimmer in the air, but it's not coming from Pride. You see it in the shadowy figure of the mist from where Donzier, currently holds it out in the air, almost like he is preparing to fire. You look to your right. You see the image of Adana. Two long nailed claws coming out of both hands of the same shimmer. See Rashana, a shimmer in the form not of a weapon, but of an amulet, a necklace. And Treus, a large great staff. And Dodola and Yoda, you see holding a long sword and a greatsword. Oversized and large in the tiny mist hands, all of which shimmer. You still have your movement if you like to use it.
Yeah. What blade is Nyota holding?
Naoto's holding a longsword. Appears to be about longsword length.
He'll take the he'll take the blade from Nyota.
Reach out towards Nyota. As you grab in the air, you feel purchase. And rising out of the mist, you watch the blood carbonating on your hands begin to pour out, extending and forming out into the shape that Nyota's holding. You don't grab something, you form it. Spreading out in a burst of crystalline carbonate, almost like a spider web falling in back on itself. A rapid crystalline structure, forming a perfect replica of the black stone blade Hurma in your hand. You hear a voice in your head. Come running back so soon, Duradon. What are you, miss me? End of your turn. Pride coming down, 3 more attacks and bonus action. I need you to go ahead and make me a charisma saving throw with advantage.
Gang charisma with advantage. These game, come on, don't fuck me here. I'll use the inspiration.
15? Okay. Go for it.
Okay. Come on. Don't fuck. You don't want. You're gonna care for me. Oh, you fucked.
4.
That's cool.
Here's the good part about this. All non-awakened creatures drop to 0 hit points. All awakened creatures are paralyzed until the start of their next turn. In this combat, that's a whole lot more graceful on your part.
Yeah.
45 points of damage, half down to 22. 3 more claws dig into your chest, and you watch as the sword pulses. The blade begins to almost change and shift in your hand. As it comes back to your turn, pain almost means nothing at this point. Because it isn't wincing and anguish on your face. You can't quite help but contain a smile building. As a familiar weapon back in your grasp. What would you like to do?
Is this Horma in its base
Armor and
when I
longsword
found it?
form.
Is it the longsword form when I initially found it, or after the kills?
Where you last left off.
Cool. It was a +2 when I last left off. Ganger. Horma, as the paralysis fades, Doradon speaks to Horma in a different tone that he typically does with Enrage. He's no longer a maniacal,
My
savage
apologies.
individual.
That is 45 points of damage. Because you were
Oh,
paralyzed.
yes, but
All
that's
those are
paralyzed.
crits.
Gotcha. Cool.
Please
taking it.
continue.
Right. 4-4. Gotcha. He is going to say, It's good to see you return. You strike true, strike fast. His chest and be a weak.
Let's
What?
chit chat, baby. Let's
Oh.
go.
He is going to da, 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 da. I'm going to expend a um I'm going to spend a mouse burst for assured lethality. Um
Sure.
and we're going to reckless on these attacks.
Reckless attack, great
Um
weapon master.
Yep, great weapon master. You know how
Okay.
the vibe go. Uh, that's going to one of these are going to be a crit. I hope, I pray, I assume eventually I speak into existence. Uh,
No, but a 22 hits.
aiming for the spot. That is only going to be. Uh, that is a short lethality turns that into a 10, and then that is going to be a. Yeah, 15. So 25.
50.
Actually,
Four
that
strike.
is that's strike one, strike two.
Second attack.
Uh,
25. Definitely hits.
uh, uh, that is
Ooh.
28 doubled.
Nice.
Nasty. 56.
Then the bonus action is strike. That is going to be 26. Sorry, 24 to hit, and that is going to be uh 25 because of the short lethality.
Duradon Bashala. How would you like to do this?
Yeah.
Mm.
Um, he, I think, um, as opposed to being a savage, he tries to pull from the people that he's seen that have been more methodical with their movement. Um, and if I'm not mistaken, Jay had a long sword, correct? Or am I smoking dick here? Um,
Oh, Jay from the same sponsor as you, from Ellen Kroll?
yeah, yeah.
I believe Jay had a rapier because she's dex based.
Gotcha. Cool. So in this instance, he doesn't really have a lot of people to pull from. Um, so instead, what he does is he formulates and tries to pull from Jay, but also from the other individuals that he's seen of martial pursuit. Um, and what he decides and determines on is that Jay is more so about the thrusting of the blade, and a longsword tends to be a straight blade, and the thinness of Horma, or Clarence blade, is enough to puncture and penetrate. So he takes the first stab, um, and I think he pulls back while the blade is still within the creature's chest, and proceeds to punch, reminiscent of our gray monkish boy, and get it deeper in until it pushes out the arrowhead, and then he'll take the blade, kind of rest his hand underneath one of the sides and push upward. So it begins to break through, slicing through the neck and through the head, between those eyes that always look down and never fear what is above. And by the time the splitting of pride happens, he is beneath Duradon. But instead of becoming pride, Duradon wipes his blade and gives a bow of respect, pride. Um, this is a hunt completed, and he respects the challenge that was given. Um, he does not celebrate as he would have.
As you take in a breath, stand over the defeated body of pride. The visage fades. The dream ends. However, you find yourself standing in the center of all 3 stone obelisks. Sweat dripping down your form, your body fully unharmed. Go ahead and add back all those hit points you lost.
Gotcha.
However, as that mist slides off of your body, the blade still remains in your hand. You look down, breathing heavily, looking about the island, around your surroundings. Flick of your wrist, and the blade disappears. However, after doing and seeing it once with your own bare hands, you get the feeling you really don't need that golden halberd anymore. As you turn around, you can see the Monarch of Mischief, her arms crossed, and a cocky grin on her face. Turn to you and say, I see you finally got your mojo back. Are you ready to keep on with the mission?
I am.
And that's where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Hell yeah.
Good fucking shit. I know you
Nice.
have it muted, Jared, but the JJK music was hitting so hard during that.
Yeah, it was going
Fuck,
fucking
I
crazy.
didn't know there was
style.
It
JJK.
is so good. I didn't want to interrupt because you were cooking in the kitchen, but my guy, just know
Dude, it's so good.
you were hitting that shit on Demon Time.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I
Yeah.
didn't want to make you getting your powers back easy. But good job.
Wait, I that has to be that eventually. Cool. I'll message you about it later.
Mhm. Yeah,
Bars.
we can catch up on the details and all that good stuff. But what we
Yeah.
talked about previously,
Yeah,
get active, baby.
I'm
You
fucking
got it.
with it. So heavy.
I wanted to get everybody together in this session, but also Jared's been you've been missing for 2 weeks, bud. So I wanted to wrap that up without forcing too quick of a fight / too quick of a Duradon arc. So I'm glad we got it done tonight. We needed some Dura motivation.
I agree.
Whatever you want to
I'm
say.
here with it.
Needed some Dura to dawn our day.
There we go. There we go. Thank you. I was trying to think of
love
a
that.
Duradon joke, but my brain was so
100%.
fried. Brian for W save.
I gotcha.
There you go. You have one good event that happened to you. You have one person who's not trying to fuck over your day.
I'm so here for it. I'm so absolutely fucking ecstatic. I'm like, oh yes, I needed a win and I got one today, baby.
You gotta win.
I'm so
Is it
glad
big
the win you
win.
Doradon's back.
expected? No,
Same.
Hell
but
yeah.
it's the win we got.
I'm so glad we're gonna get to decide. We're gonna pick teams, dude. We're gonna pick teams soon.
So I want all
Yeah.
of you to think about that for next week. Um, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is essentially going to decide what you do with the rest of the campaign.
I love big decisions.
it it's not like a final like this is it, we're done, you can't ever go back or do anything else. But it is very much a you're going to be deciding what alliances and what first steps you're taking in the Six's direction for their future. Because you have a lot of options, and
So you're saying all this was the prologue?
it was kind of no. You finished. I think I said this months ago, but you finished officially chapter 2.
Oh.
We're going into the middle of the campaign. The beginning of the campaign is done.
Nice.
All of the beginning side missions and catching you up on context of the world. Ogre. From now, big boy shit.
Absolute banger fucking of a season 2 though. Holy.
Oh. Oh yeah. I'm excited. I can't wait for the for potentially your conversation with the council.
No, fuck those guys.
Hey, I'm all for chaos, baby. But you can choose the obvious things you can take because she already offered. On the table right now, Monica Mischief. You can essentially leave it all behind from what you built as vassals, and you can go work for her. You can go work for and/or with, depending on how you want to phrase it. You can see all the lovely shit that comes from that side of the campaign. You can try and stick out the vassal route if you want. You're gonna face consequences because half your party committed crimes of severe nature. You straight up murdered people. Consequences will be had. And you're gonna have to justify a lot of shit, and you're gonna have to talk a lot of shit. Um, there's also the monarch's problem. Um, you can try and convince because you were warned. It's been 2 weeks, so people might have forgotten. You were warned that you're going to be put in front of not just the council, but potentially, you're either going to be a topic of debate/discussion, or you're going to be called in front of the Council of Monarchs because you are, whether you like it or not, children of mischief.
Hmm.
Because you accepted the original deal back on Mimic Island and back when you initially touched her idol.
Yeah.
In the other cities, I forget the actual name, but whatever, in the caves. So you have to, if you go that route, you can try and convince deities, or excuse me, beings that fought deities that you're worth not killing, and that you have free will, because very similar to kind of how like mind flare thralls exist. Monarchs have a lot
Yeah.
of thralls.
Oh,
Have a lot of people
boy.
who have no will and work for them and do anything they say. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Hi, new. How you doing? Uh, so yeah, that's gonna be a proven option. You can say fuck it, and you can go with the new generation. You can go with the heralds. You can go start your own shit. You have a whole lot of stuff that you can do. I'm excited to see what the fuck you guys do because you choose chaos wherever you go. So it's gonna be interesting for me no matter what.
From a plot point, I've wanted to go with chaos. Like like it's been glaringly obvious, but I'm just now realizing that like our entire like infrastructure gone. No more vassalship tokens. No more.
There is a way you can keep them. I will tell you, it's not impossible. It's
Oh.
just the severity of crime. Because again, a lot of you are innocent. Because the whole like heralds thing before, you can most likely get out of. You still did an illegal act by not going through the council first. Straight up went vigilante and murdered a bunch of people. They were heralds, so you're not really gonna get too much in trouble for that. But Durdon and Kipley straight up did kill people.
What?
On you
Just
killed
a
people
few.
on you killed 7 people on the Dweller who were just guards. They were just
Damn.
guards hired to
Where?
protect the Renells. On the Renells Dweller, when you killed people who were
Because
protecting the server
Because
room?
of fucking Percy.
Yeah. Those aren't evil. They were just people. They were just
Oh,
people who were hired to protect a council protected vessel.
I'm gonna fuck
Because
Percy
guess
up.
what? Whether you like it or not, the council is sponsored by the Renels. They are a powerful, influential magocracy family
Done.
Hate those guys.
who you broke into their ship, didn't steal an item, but you busted up their ship with a illegally owned colossal sky swimmer, which you were supposed to kill but didn't. So there's a case for fraud in collecting that mission
I
bounty.
mean, we did.
Um,
It's just.
No, you killed it, but then it also got brought back and you
Yeah.
did nothing. So it's
So I mean, we did.
you're gonna have to fight for that.
He also tried to kill me. Renell did actively try to disintegrate me.
That is
Oh, yeah,
true.
no.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. That is not public knowledge. Lorenzo did 100% think that he offed you. That's a strong case that you can bring that up. But also, you did kill people on his ship, and you did assault
Yeah.
vassals. You straight up beefed it with
Yeah.
Percy.
Yeah. Because
So
his son
there's
snacked
you
us
have a-
into it. Oh, I've got such
Percy
a
did
beef.
nothing.
Oh,
Percy-
fuck off, he did.
From a legal perspective, Percy did nothing wrong. He defended his ship. He was running a sting operation for the council to protect the world from a dangerous monarch, which you saved, and forwarded his plans. Also, if you think you have more standing than one of the beloved prodigies of the island,
Oh no, I mean I don't
Most likely
think
not,
that. No,
but-
I totally think he's a total pansy love boy of the council, but
The
Oh, yeah, no.
oligarchy is corrupt.
it is.
Get 'em out.
Oh well, corruption, not really.
oh yeah.
In some places, yes. In Percy's case, surprisingly, no. He did things 100% by the book. Y'all fucked up his plan.
I'm done.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
can
bro.
deny it as
done.
much
Who's
as
been
you
honest
want.
with us from the
You can-
start.
No,
You can
yeah.
deny it as much as you want. From a DM to player, there was no shady business. Everything that he did was within legal bounds. Dom spent a lot of time thinking about this.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You'll learn more about it.
It's giving very devilish, very legal, not very.
Jared,
Not very
Jared,
good.
buddy, as a rules layer, as one of us, you know devil's in the details. You better have semantics.
Yeah. So, very legal, but also a very dickhead thing to do. Is it? That's why.
Very maliciously compliant of you.
Yeah, very maliciously compliant.
Oh, but his father
Yeah.
100% tried to kill you. That you have a great case against him. Against Percy, he's just caught up in this shit.
He's just a dude.
He's just trying to save
even have-
Maeve.
I
Yeah.
don't even have
By
beef
like
with Percy.
sacrificing everyone around him.
What? No.
I'm gonna be-
Are you
He straight up went.
fucking kidding me?
He went on a solo mission to capture a monarch who had a sword of power. It didn't involve any of you.
Yeah, I'm
You
not
put
gonna
yourself
lie.
into the
Kira!
situation.
He sent Kira on a fucking mission with the Monarch, didn't tell her
for sure.
bullshit.
No, but Kira wasn't part of the party.
And we got dragged into it.
No, Kira agreed to be part of.
No, she said she knew nothing about it.
No, nothing of the real plan. He lied to her.
Yeah.
But he didn't involve anyone else except for her, because she offered her help, and he was like, "Hey, I'm not going to turn down a Damballa. Y'all are super powerful. I can use you," and he did absolutely use her.
Yeah, he's a fucking shithead. I'm done with him.
I love
Not
Megan.
even like
Down with the
Thanks
not
renown.
even, like
Oh,
fuck these guys.
hey,
Yeah, it always gets complicated with the elf. It always gets complicated with the elf.
it does. It does.
You
I
thought you were gonna have a
can't-
simple elf?
Hey, you live long, you fuck a lot of shit up. I just can't wait to see these conversations and back and forths depending on what route you choose. Because this also keep in mind when I say heralds, I don't mean the evil sex of heralds. You know there are good parts of the heralds out there when you met Grace and Ivar. Because remember, Ivar's still a path that you can go down because he's alive potentially. He's alive with no witnesses that ties him to the crime now that James is dead. Thank you, New.
What did James do? James was God.
James. Okay. So here's the thing. James does have a family. James also did kill people. He's not completely innocent. He's not completely evil. He is an unfortunate victim of circumstance, just like many of you. Rest in peace, James.
New did murder him quite brutally.
Oh no, for sure. New is not a good guy.
He did get BM'd.
Giving him a hope of, hey, I can get out of here. I'm escaping. To all of a sudden having his head chopped off.
No, you are awful in that regards. But actually, you know what? I take it back. I think the description of what I had at the end of last session was you did give him a glimmer of hope before he died. So it's kind of like a good thing.
Yeah.
Because you he had hope that he would get away before he died instead of misery. It depends on how you look at it. You still brutally killed him, but at least you did it in a somewhat half decent way. There's not a lot of ways I can justify this man.
The only good thing about that is the fact that the bad heralds, don't have the information that James was. Because it wasn't James. No, it wasn't James. It was somebody else that was keeping like hella important information that we were protecting.
Are you talking about Alistair?
Alistair? The guy who made Watches?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Alistair's still
What
alive.
happened to him? Okay, thank God. That's
he's
what I was
good.
thinking about. I thought him and James were the same person. I was like, no, they're not.
No. Technically, as a party, you guys have no idea where he is right now. I will just say, technically, you don't know whether he's alive or not. And the only proof that you have that he had any survival in this was that on the screens that popped up showed Ada using a teleport spell essentially with his pocket watch. And you all know he was working with portals, so putting two and two together, you know he's in some capacity alive. You just don't know what capacity that is or where.
No, I have 3 of those watches.
You have make sure you keep keep that written down. You have 3 that are functional and 2 that are broken.
I didn't take the broken ones. He just took
the... Okay.
No. Yeah, he just took the functional ones.
Yeah, so you have 3 fully completed pocket portals. Because I'll tell you the name. It's funny. He made pocket portals.
Love that.
I can't wait for you to fucking use them. Because guess what, New? I know you couldn't really use it because it would be hard meta, but if you had tried to use the pocket watches to escape, They're portals, bud. You didn't have to make a deal with Monica Mischief. That was just a way out. You could have
Right.
also teleported, and then that would have been super fucking super intense because then you would have learned a really held, like, close to the chest secret about devices that not even the vassals have at the moment. It is only council use, or at least only a few use at this current case.
In all fairness, though, he wasn't really sure what he was picking up.
Yeah, no.
He just remembers seeing Ivar pocket one, so he thought, "Oh, well, there's 3."
You know, I'm glad that Duradon won at least because I feel only disappointment in my chest grow as I watch this side screen of Netflix. And
I had to
that's
start mine
bullshit.
over
That's bullshit.
because mine